Chapter 382. Gundam? Hearing the word Gundam, Law's eyes immediately lit up, and he shouted excitedly, "You said there is a Gundam here? Where is it? Take me to see it." "Law, we are talking about business now, it is not the time to mess around." Shuli quickly pulled Law's clothes and whispered. "I know, Law." Law responded and then said to Ito again, "It is not a problem to send you back, but can you guarantee that your Gundam will not cause trouble? Will it not drag us into trouble?" "No, I can assure you of this," Ito said with certainty. "If that is the case, it will be much simpler." Law lowered his head and silently calculated, then looked up at Ito and said, "2 people and a Gundam, there is no special requirement for the landing location, this mission is relatively simple, I will charge you 700,000. Okay, but we don't have that much cash at the moment, we can only find someone to pay you when we arrive on Earth." Ito did not reduce the price at all and said straightforwardly, "Okay." Law tilted his head and agreed. "Well, when can we leave?" Ito nodded and asked. "As long as you have no problem, we can leave at any time," Law replied. "Then let's do it now, I am in a hurry." Ito immediately stood up from the ground and looked at Law condescendingly. Then he turned to the short old man who was drinking tea and bowed slightly. "Sorry to disturb you." "It's okay, it is good to see the successor of ancient skills." The short old man glanced at Ito and said lightly, "Then we will leave first, we will regret it later." Ito did not say anything when he saw this. He said politely and turned to leave the room with Valletta, walking towards the big warehouse where the Gundam was placed. "Uncle, we are leaving too, see you next time." When Law saw Ito leave, he immediately got up, said hello to the short old man casually, and chased after him with his suitcase. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I have to go now. See you next time." Seeing Luo run away, the remaining Shuli quickly bowed to the short old man and ran out of the room in a panic. "Is this a Gundam? It's much more powerful than what I saw in the information." In the big warehouse, Law looked at the Gundam in front of him and said with admiration. Then, ignoring the eyes of the trees beside him, he surrounded the Gundam and observed it like a fanatic. At the same time, a pile of professional data immediately came out of Law's mouth one after another. Can he get so much data just by observing and touching with the naked eye? Is this guy really a natural? Ito looked at Law strangely and thought, "Law, it's time to get down to business." Looking at Law, who was immersed in mechanical frenzy, Shu Li quickly reminded him. "Oh." Hearing Shu Li's reminder, Law slightly recovered from the frenzy, looked up and shouted, "Our ship is hovering outside, you can fly directly over, we will arrive behind you." "I see." Valletta's voice came out of the Gundam. "Let's go too." Law turned to Ito and said, "Let's go." Ito agreed and followed Law and Shu Li to the construction ship they came on. Then they took the construction ship back to the strange ship docked outside the meteorite and received the Gundam waiting outside. "Is this a Gundam?" Just as the heretic Gundam docked in the ship's cargo hold, a woman with long brown hair and a height of 1.7 meters appeared in the cargo hold. She was wearing a white lab coat and a pair of glasses. She looked to be in her late 20s and was nearing her 30s. She had her hands in the pockets of her lab coat and looked up at the heretic Gundam as she spoke softly. "Doctor." Hearing the voice, Shu Li, who has been accompanying them all the time, quickly turned his head and looked at the woman. "Yes." The woman called Doctor nodded and continued to observe the Gundam. After a while, she suddenly turned to look at Ito and Valletta standing next to him and asked, "I heard that you want to land near Alaska? If it's possible." Ito shrugged. "Got it." The professor nodded slightly and left the cargo hold. No one knew what he was going to do. "Who is that woman?" Valletta frowned and stared at the doctor who left and asked. "The person in charge of this ship, I don't know the specific name, but most people call her Doctor. As for the rest of her background, I don't know anything." Ito explained softly, then moved his body and said softly, "But no matter who she is, it has nothing to do with us. Don't worry about it." "Understood," Valletta responded softly. After everything was ready, the ship that has been hovering outside the huge meteorite slowly turned its bow, quickly left the asteroid belt, and then flew to Earth through a hidden route. In this way, after a few hours of sailing, the ship steadily landed in an extremely remote and desolate area on Earth. "Where is this?" Ito, who walked out of the ship, looked at the endless plains in front of him and asked in confusion. "Siberia of the Eurasian Union," Law said next to Ito. It's really remote," Ito said in surprise. Siberia, whether it was the Earth of his previous life, the main world after his rebirth, or the current war-torn Gundam world, Siberia is the absolute synonym for vast land but sparsely populated. "Can I just transfer the money to that account?" After being stunned, Ito asked again. "Well, yes," Law nodded. "Then wait a minute, I'll ask someone to transfer the money to you." With Law's confirmation, Ito immediately dialed Chindiran's phone and asked him to transfer the money to the account designated by Law. Fortunately, the transportation charge of the recycling house is not very expensive, so Chindiran quickly transferred the money. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Ito turned to Law and said, "Wait." Law heard this, turned back and shouted, "Shuri, see if they transferred the money?" "Let me see. It's on the line." "It just arrived," Shuli shouted back. "Okay, this is our contact information. Next time you have this kind of easy business, remember to contact us." Hearing that the money has arrived, Law looked at Ito next to him and handed over a business card with a hearty smile. "No problem." Ito took the business card, glanced at it and put it in his arms, then shook hands with Law, turned around, jumped a few times, climbed up the Gundam, got into the cockpit and disappeared. Then the blue Gundam's eyes lit up, and flames suddenly spewed out from the thrusters on its back and immediately lifted the Gundam into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "The distance is about right, let's do it here," Ito said to Valletta after seeing that the ship could no longer detect the recycling house on the radar. "Okay." Valletta agreed, then stopped the Gundam. "Thank you for your hard work. Take a good shower and sleep when you go back." Ito, who walked out of the cockpit with Valletta, rubbed Valletta's head and smiled gently. "Well, be careful." Valletta also said gently. "Don't worry," Ito said with a smile, then put Valletta and the Gundam back into the magic cube world, and summoned Karen and the Red Lotus St. Baji style. Then Karen drove the Red Lotus St. Baji style with Ito on board, heading towards Alaska at high speed. The route this time was to start from Siberia, cross the Pacific Ocean from a high altitude, and fly straight to the United States. Therefore, except for a little trouble when they passed over Russia, where they were chased by a plane, the rest of the journey was safe and sound. They landed on the American continent smoothly. Then the Red Lotus St. Baji style started from the western United States, went straight through the Mojave Desert, and finally stopped near Alaska. Later, Ito also sent Karen and the Red Lotus St. Baji style back to the Magic Cube world, and walked into the Alaska control area and entered the city of Alaska as an ordinary person. It was late at night on April 30th, CE 71. In other words, there were less than 2 days before the Archangel returned to Alaska. In these 2 days, Ito didn't stay idle. He changed into a military uniform and used hypnosis to successfully enter the Atlantic Federation's confidential data room. He stole a lot of scientific and technological information from it, including the initial manufacturing technology of MA, the complete technology of the space battleship, the complete technology of the PS phase transfer armor, and other important things. It could be said that Ito made up for several key technical information that he had been lacking. Although other than the information on the PS phase transfer armor, the other information is a bit ordinary and not as advanced as the information on the Archangel, but with the scientific researchers of the organization and the Dawnlight Society, plus Lloyd, Cecil, and Lakshata, and most of the data on the Archangel, I don't believe that they can't master and improve these technologies. Seito, who was hiding in the hotel, recalled the gains of the past 2 days and thought to himself. Then he took off his clothes and rested. After a good night's sleep, it was May 2nd, CE 71 in a blink of an eye on this afternoon, on the east coast of Alaska, a scarred white battleship slowly drove into Joshe, Alaska under the supervision of several helicopters and stopped there. Then, after half a day of briefing and handling of issues such as post-handover, all the members of the Archangel above Sergeant and the bridge personnel were led by an officer to a barracks near Joshe to settle down temporarily. Chapter 383. It's time to see Margui and Bucky Lulu. After Margui and the other members of the Archangel entered the room to rest, Seito, who had been watching the Archangel in the corner, walked out of the corner and approached the barracks where they were resting. Although this was Alaska, one of the most heavily guarded places in the Alliance Army, and now he had to break into a barracks, it felt very exaggerated. But those difficulties were for ordinary people. With Seito's current level, it was no pressure to sneak into a heavily guarded barracks without alerting anyone, so it didn't take much effort for Seito to successfully enter the barrack. Bucky Lulu and Margui. I'll go see Margui first, then Bucky Lulu. After all, Bucky Lulu has strong principles. I'm not sure if she will be stupid enough to sell me out after seeing her. Seito, who sneaked into the barracks, glanced at the doors of Bucky Lulu and Margui, and decided in his heart. Later, Seito, who had made a decision, quietly came to Margui's door, entered the universal authentication password to open the door, and then immediately flashed into the room the moment the door opened. What? Margui, who heard the sound of the door, immediately got up from the bed. She was about to ask with a serious expression, but before she could finish her words, a black shadow had already rushed in front of Margui and kissed her lips. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and hugged Margui's arms. He leaned over and pressed her down on the bed. He didn't let go until the door closed again. Who are you? Margui, who regained the right to speak, immediately asked. It's me. Seito turned over and lay down beside Margui. He reached out and tightened his arms around Margui, who was only wearing a loose vest and underwear, and said softly, It's you. Hearing the familiar voice, Margui's originally vigilant and struggling body immediately relaxed, and she whispered in surprise, How did you get in? How else can I get in? Of course, I sneaked in quietly. Seito's right hand slid down Margui's back, reached into Margui's underwear, and clasped her full chest. You bastard! Feeling the attack on her chest, Margui immediately reached out and pushed Seito away. She grabbed the sheet and turned around to get off the bed. But Seito, who was lying on the bed, naturally wouldn't let her leave so easily. He stretched out his hands and feet and imprisoned Margui's limbs in his arms and looked at her with a smile. Do you know that because you left without permission, the student of Heliopolis to die? Kira also disappeared during the battle with the Holy Shield Gundam. Don't you feel guilty? Marguiri not soldiers Margui, we're not soldiers our soldiers are, we two's to us. Margui, don't forget that we're soldiers. We were on the battlefield. Death can happen at any time. It doesn't matter if I left or not. If there's any impact, at most, Dole wouldn't have died, but I might have met with misfortune in that battle. Have you ever thought about such an outcome? Itose stared at Manuma Ryu's angry eyes and said in a soft voice. Margui instantly calmed down. She looked at Seito in front of her, and a trace of tears gathered in her eyes. But Kira, Margui said, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. She buried her head in Seito's arms and cried softly. Kira, Seito gently stroked Margui's back and said indifferently, Kira isn't dead. Really? Hearing Ito-sei's words, Margaret immediately raised her head. She looked at Ito-sei nervously, expectantly, and suspiciously. That's right. I had just escaped from Ob when you guys were fighting. I wanted to chase after you guys, but when I arrived, I happened to see the Gundam self-destructing. The assault was almost destroyed, so I didn't chase after you guys. Instead, I stopped and saved Kira from the assault. Then, I found Teacher Markio, who was living in seclusion nearby, and sent Kira away for treatment through his connections, Seito explained softly. Kira isn't dead. That's great. Margui let out a long sigh of relief after hearing Seito's explanation. Then, tears flowed down again, but this time, they were tears of joy. Then what are you doing now? After a while, Margui, who had calmed down, looked at Seito and asked. I know your goal is Alaska, so I thought that since you will be here sooner or later, I might as well wait for you here in advance. Then, I secretly sneaked into Alaska until I saw you again today, Seito explained, then said softly, It's great to see you again. After that, he kissed Margui again. This time, Margui didn't resist and surprisingly cooperated with his actions. Then what should we do now? The higher-ups should already know about your situation. It's not appropriate for you to appear here again. They are likely to treat you as a deserter and execute you on the spot, Margui said worriedly. That's why I came to see you. Seito reached out and patted Margui's buttocks, then explained with a smile. I didn't stay in Alaska for the past few days for nothing. I heard some things. Although I'm not sure, I feel that it's better to tell you. What is it? Margui asked in confusion. The higher-ups seem to be preparing to get rid of the Archangel, Seito said softly. What? Margui immediately sat up from Seito's arms and looked at Seito in surprise, hoping to get confirmation. It's indeed like this. Seito turned slightly, looked at Margui's exposed skin, and said with certainty, Although I don't know their specific plan, I'm more worried about your safety based on the recent actions of the higher-ups in the army. Why is it like this? Margui whispered to herself in disbelief. Why not? After all, we used to belong to the 8th Fleet. You know Admiral Halberton's attitude towards the higher-ups. In the past, when Admiral Halberton was there, they still had to consider what they wanted to do with the power of the 8th Fleet. But now the 8th Fleet is basically wiped out except for us, and Admiral Halberton is dead. Without any restrictions, why would they care about an Archangel that has the 8th Fleet's mark on it? Anyway, the data has been obtained. With the strength of the Atlantic Federation, they can just build another one. It's not a problem. Then, they can find an obedient officer to be the captain. This way, they can clear all traces of the 8th Fleet, especially Halberton. They can also get an Archangel that completely obeys their orders. Why not? Seito said sarcastically. They shouldn't. Margui still couldn't believe it. Margui, do you believe a bunch of higher-ups who dare to use nuclear bombs to blow people up? Seito asked. Margui was completely silent. So now, instead of worrying about my problem, let's think about how to protect ourselves in the upcoming changes. Seito reached out and pulled Margui back onto the bed. He hugged her and said softly, But don't worry, I will try to figure out their plans in the next few days. Thank you, Seito. Margaret unconsciously reached out and wrapped her arms around Ito-sei's waist. Her body leaned into his embrace, looking like a woman seeking protection when she was vulnerable. It's nothing. Who asked you to attract me so much? As Ito-sei said this, his hands once again reached into Malu's underwear, grabbing the soft flesh on her chest and rubbing it. This time, Margui didn't resist. It was as if she silently agreed to let Seito play with her. Of course, Seito knew that he couldn't go too far. Otherwise, Margui would definitely resist fiercely. Okay, it's getting late. You should rest early. I will leave here first to help you investigate the situation. After a while, Ito pulled his hand out of Margwy's chest and looked at Margwy's rosy face. Be careful. Margwy sat up from the bed and looked at Ito, who turned over and whispered. Don't worry. Ito leaned over and kissed Margwy's lips and said with a smile. Then, he carefully left the room and quickly rushed to Baki Lulu's room. He used the universal identification code in the barracks to open the door and quickly entered the room. Then, he saw Baki Lulu sitting on a chair in a military posture and writing something. Ito. When Buggy Lulu heard the door open, she immediately turned her head. When she saw who it was, she subconsciously exclaimed. Fortunately, she still remembered that this was a military camp. After the first word came out, she immediately lowered her voice and called out in a low voice. What are you doing? At this time, the door was closed. Ito walked slowly to Baki Lulu's side and asked while looking at the things on the table. Making a report on some problems on the battleship, Baki Lulu replied honestly. Oh, Ito raised his eyebrows, reached out and took the things on the table in front of him, and looked carefully. It recorded all the decision-making differences and objections encountered in the battles since the Archangel set sail from Heliopolis, but Baki Lulu wrote very impartially. She clearly wrote the result of each objection and whether it conflicted with the military code. If there was a conflict, what should be done was written clearly. You even wrote about me in it? It seems that you are going to be punished. When Ito saw that it recorded that he left the Archangel without permission and disappeared in Ob, he turned his head and looked at Baki Lulu with a smile. I am a soldier. It is my duty to truthfully record the abnormal situations that happened. Baki Lulu, who was a little uncomfortable under Ito's gaze, said with an unnatural expression, but no matter how you look at it, it felt that she lacked confidence. Chapter 384. Well, if you want to write it, then write it. I don't care anyway, but your punishment won't be small. Ito put the document in his hand on the table and walked towards Baki Lulu with a playful expression. Don't be like this is a military camp, it's not good. Baki Lulu subconsciously took 2 steps back, blushing and begging in a low voice. At this time, where was her usual rigid and serious appearance? I like to see you like this the most. Looking at Baki Lulu's appearance, Ito unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth and reached out to touch Baki Lulu's cheek. When the latter thought that was it, Ito stepped forward, picked her up, and gently threw her on the bed, turned her body over, and waved his hand at Baki Lulu's buttocks. Clap, 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 3 crisp sounds immediately echoed in the room. This is punishment. Looking at Baki Lulu, whose cheeks were red as if blood was about to drip out, Ito leaned close to her and whispered softly. Hoo, feeling the warm breath in her ear, Baki Lulu took 2 quick breaths to suppress the throbbing in her heart. She got up from the bed with a red face and sat next to Ito with her legs closed, not daring to look at him. Well, it's time to get down to business. I came here for 2 things. One is to see you and let you know that I am safe and don't worry about me. Ito smiled at Baki Lulu, who was staring at the wall in front of her, reached out and flicked the black hair on her forehead and said slowly, Then I want to tell you that I will disappear for a while. After all, my current identity is not very bright, and it's not good for me to suddenly appear among you and attend a report. In that case, won't you be wanted by the higher-ups? Baki Lulu said in a barely stable voice. It doesn't matter, they can't find me anyway, and even if they find me, they can't take me down. Ito said with confidence. It's just, then your identity. Baki Lulu frowned. What? Are you worried that your father won't accept me if I lose my military status because of this? Ito reached out and forced Buggy Lulu to face him, looking at her playfully. No. Buggy Lulu blushed and whispered evasively. Have you forgotten what I told you on the Archangel? As long as you like him, it's fine. After all, you are the one looking for a boyfriend, not your father. Ito leaned on Baki Lulu's lap and looked up at her with a smile. By the way, if I leave later, will you also write about me appearing here in the report? Seito asked Baki Lulu, whose body was a little stiff. Yes, yes, Baki Lulu stuttered. If you're not afraid of the trouble, then go ahead and write it. But what do you think the higher-ups will think about a man and a woman alone in a room in the middle of the night? Seito moved his head, letting his hair slightly rub against Buggy Lulu's delicate thighs, and said, I don't know. Buggy Lulu wanted to pull her leg out from under Seito's head, but after thinking about it, she didn't do so. She still maintained the posture of being on Seito's back. Although I don't know what they will think, there will definitely be a lot of dirty thoughts, and then they will look at you with colored eyes. Well, it's the color of a man when he sees a beautiful woman, Seito said frivolously. No, people who can sit in high positions won't have such dirty thoughts, Buggy Lulu immediately retorted. Obviously, in her mind, the military, especially the high-ranking soldiers, were still pure. Well, who knows? Seito said indifferently. Then he turned over, lying on Buggy Lulu's lap, and closed his eyes to rest. Aren't you leaving? After a minute or so, Buggy Lulu saw that Seito didn't intend to get up, and she had to remind him in a low voice with a red face. Wait a minute, let me enjoy your leg pillow. Seito deliberately rubbed his face and said softly with his eyes closed. Although the latter's face was still red, she did not ask any more questions. After a while, Seito, who felt that it was about time, sat up from Buggy Lulu's lap, stood up, and stretched out with a smile. He looked back at Buggy Lulu, who was still sitting on the bed and didn't dare to move, and leaned over to kiss her. Buggy Lulu instinctively made a low moan, and then responded to Seito's kiss. Okay, I should go. Remember to wear the necklace I gave you at all times. Seito reached out and unzipped the collar of Buggy Lulu's tightly closed military uniform. His fingers slowly slid down from her neck, past her collarbone, and finally stopped at the necklace pendant between her breasts. Okay. Buggy Lulu agreed. That's good, and don't stay up too late. That kind of report won't be taken seriously. Seito straightened up and looked at Buggy Lulu with a smile. Good night, my lovely Buggy Lulu. After that, without waiting for Buggy Lulu to answer, he turned and left her room, disappearing into the night. After Seito left, Buggy Lulu immediately took a few deep breaths. Then she got up and returned to her desk to continue writing the report. But when she wrote about what happened tonight, Buggy Lulu hesitated for a long time, then she suddenly exhaled a long breath, put the pen away, got up, took off her military uniform, turned off the lights, and rested. In the end, Buggy Lulu didn't write what happened today in the report that was about to be submitted. 2.5 days later, on May 5th, Margaret, Moo, Buggy Lulu, the bridge operators, and the non-commissioned officers and above on the Archangel were brought into the combat conference room in the depths of Josh for a review and evaluation hearing. During this period, Colonel William Salander, who was the presiding officer of the hearing, repeatedly pushed the blame and responsibility onto the captain's incompetence. Although he did not state any reward or punishment measures in the end, the rest of the crew on the Archangel were ordered to return to the Archangel and wait for the next arrangement. Although the 3 of them were announced to be changed on the spot, the rest of the crew on the Archangel were ordered to return to the Archangel and wait for the next arrangement. Of course, 4 people like Seito who had no military ethics and behaved suspiciously, an internal arrest order was also announced at the hearing. That night, Seito sneaked into the Archangel with ease, went to the captain's lounge, and saw Margaret dressed neatly. I knew you would come. Behind the desk, Margaret, with a sad face, looked up at Seito and said softly, I have heard about what happened to you. Seito walked to the chair next to the desk and sat down. He looked at Margaret and said with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine, I just didn't expect that all our efforts would end up like this. If Admiral Harbarton was still here. Margaret smiled bitterly. Are you disheartened and lazy? Ito Seisho leaned back in his chair, and looked at Ma Lu and said softly, "Am I? Maybe." Margaret shook her head slightly and said in a low voice, "Why don't you just come with me, and then we'll find a place to live? What do you think?" Ito leaned back to the table again, reached out and grabbed Margaret's hand on the table, and looked into Margaret's eyes with a serious expression. Hearing this, Margaret frowned. She neither agreed nor objected. She just looked at the table in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, Ito didn't rush her. He just sat there quietly and waited. "I want to try harder." After a while, Margaret let out a long sigh. She turned to look at Ito, who was still holding her hand, and said softly, "I don't want Admiral Harberton's dream to end like this." "Okay then." Ito quietly looked at Margaret for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, "But I'm afraid that the results you will get may be even more disappointed than now." Margaret heard this and was speechless. Then she changed the topic. "How is the investigation on the Archangel?" "There's no progress for now." Ito let go of Margaret's hand, folded his arms on the table, and rested his forehead on his arms. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Margaret looked at Ito and said with concern, "Okay, I know." Ito moved his head and replied in a muffled voice. Then Ito chatted with Margaret for a while, then got up, slipped out of the Archangel, and disappeared. Then 2.5 days later, it was May 8, CE 71. On this day, the higher-ups finally issued a new order for the Archangel to be stationed in Alaska as a protective battleship. This was a very absurd assignment order. The Archangel was a starship. It was a waste to let a battleship, which was originally meant to compete with enemy ships in the universe, stay on Earth as a seawater ship. But an order was an order. Even if it was absurd and unbelievable, as a soldier, obeying orders was an iron rule. So even though Margaret couldn't accept it in her heart, she still saluted and accepted the assignment order. On the same day, Mullah Flag, Natal Bakilialu, and Fryalsta completed the transfer procedures one after another, packed their luggage, and left the Archangel, and walked to the underground dock. Less than an hour after they left, a series of urgent sirens suddenly sounded in the sky above Alaska. A large number of defensive facilities automatically rose from the hidden places around Asraga along with the sirens, launching defensive attacks against the large MS troops that were flying rapidly in the sky. However, a dead object was a dead object after all, not to mention a dead object under no one's control and command. It was not an opponent of the flexible Dean and Baku at all. Therefore, except for a few unlucky ones, the other airframes broke through Alaska's first line of defense without even breaking their skin and quickly rushed to the central area. "It's finally begun." Ito, standing on a hillside somewhere, looked at the Zaft army that was quickly rushing to the center of Alaska, and thought in his heart. Then his figure flashed, jumped off the mountain, and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in a protective area of Alaska. Then he changed into the Earth's military uniform and began to look for the airport. After all, he always needed a reason to return to the Archangel. Maybe Ito's running figure was too attractive, Baku or Dean always came up to harass him along the way. Fortunately, Ito was not an ordinary person, otherwise it was really possible for these two steel guys to play human meat buns. In this way, Ito, who hid, fled, and fought all the way, finally came to the military hangar in the defensive area. Then, ignoring the wailing wounded and the desperate and dull soldiers in the hangar, he quickly ran toward a seemingly intact air fighter. At this moment, a Dean suddenly landed at the exit of the military hangar. Its electronic eyes swept and locked onto the wounded in the hangar, and it fired with its machine gun that was no different from the machine gun of the armed helicopter. F***CK, seeing this, Ito quickly stepped on the ground and quickly dodged the scattered physical bullet. He jumped to the side and rolled away, then pressed a piece of broken very condensed soil next to him with one hand. In the flash of electricity, it turned into a slender steel lead and aimed at the muzzle of the Dean's machine gun and threw it fiercely. Swoosh! The sound of a sharp spike piercing through the air was heard. The long, thin piece of lead shot into the muzzle of the machine gun in Dean's hand in the blink of an eye, blocking the bullets that had yet to be fired and causing the barrel to explode. "Let's see what you're going to use to fight me without a gun." Seeing that Dean's weapon was destroyed, Ito-sei quickly ran to Dean's side, who was still looking around with his electronic eyes. Then, he jumped onto Dean's shoulder and kicked Dean's scarlet electronic eyes with a powerful kick. Boom! Boom! With a flash of electricity, Dean's electronic eye immediately exploded. At the same time, Sei Ito immediately slid down and dodged Dean's palm. He kicked Dean's chest with one leg and jumped back to the ground. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed a palm-sized rock next to him and used alchemy to create a slender and sharp steel lead. Holding it, he jumped back to Dean's body, which had lost its detection ability. He then waved his hand and stabbed Dean's neck, which was the weakest part of Dean's body. Zzzt, a clear tearing sound was heard by Sei Ito's ear. The sharp steel lead instantly sank into the dense electronic circuits on Dean's neck, destroying all of Dean's energy, movement, and other transmission systems, turning Dean into a pile of scrap metal. All of this happened in a flash. Except for one or two soldiers who happened to see it, the rest of the soldiers were either shot to death by bullets or hiding and crying. None of them saw Sei Ito's domineering might. Chapter 385. Humph, do you think I can't deal with you if you don't come out, idiot? Sei Ito looked at the cockpit that was still closed with disdain, then quickly ran back to an intact fighter jet and jumped into the cockpit. Without waiting for the hatch to close, he directly fired 2 missiles at Dean, who was standing there. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions rang out, and the Deans immediately burst into flames, scattering all over the ground. Then, after dealing with the Sei Ito blocking Dean, he immediately put on his helmet, started the fighter jet, and flew out from the exit in front of the hangar. Then, Ito-sei, who wanted to fly to Archangel, destroyed 4 of Dean's fighter jets after a few simple exchanges of fire. Finally, he flew above Archangel. "Archangel, please answer if you hear this. I'm Sei Ito, please answer if you hear this." Sei Ito, who flew above Archangel, immediately used the military communication channel to contact Archangel below. "Sei Ito, Captain." Soon, Margot's voice came from the plane's communicator. At first, she subconsciously called Sei Ito by his usual name, but then she remembered that this was a battlefield, so she quickly added. Fortunately, they were in the middle of a battle, and Sei Ito suddenly appeared, so Margot's intermittent greeting was just a surprise. "Leave Alaska as soon as possible. Even if you can't leave right away, you have to try to get within a 10-kilometer radius of Alaska, otherwise it will be too late." Sei Ito, who was piloting the fighter jet, controlled the plane to make a dodging action to dodge the enemy's attack. While attacking the Zaf's MS, he hurriedly added, "Those bastards from the upper echelons have already run away. Now in the entire Alaska, except for us who stayed here as cannon fodder and bait, the central control building has long been empty. Not even a single guard is left. And the most abhorrent thing is that those bastards from the upper echelons even activated the Cyclops system before they left. It looks like they are going to swallow us and the Zaf's forces together." "How is that possible? What about the rescue team from Panama?" Margot asked in disbelief. "There is probably no rescue team at all. The message of resistance order was also reserved long ago. No matter who contacted it, the answer would be the same." Sei Ito replied hurriedly after destroying another MS near him. Not long after he answered, another fighter jet arrived above the Archangel. However, this fighter was unlucky. As soon as it arrived, it was hit by a laser beam from an MS fighter jet. Then, it slid toward the damaged ejection port of the Archangel. Shortly after, Mullah Flag's voice, he spoke in an excited tone about everything he saw in the base in Alaska. And the content was exactly what Sei-Ito said. What he said was exactly what Sei-Ito said before. With Mulat's. In addition, this is the arbitrary decision of Arcangel's captain, Margot Lamias, and the members are not responsible for this decision at all. Margot's voice sounded again from the communication channel, but this time the tone was obviously different from before. There was no longer any hesitation or disbelief. She said in a sonorous voice, "The ship will abandon the current combat area and leave. Inform colleagues to follow us. Engines at full speed. Break through left wing of the Gulf. The rest is up to you, Lieutenant Sei-Ito." After all the orders were conveyed, Margot said to Sei-Ito, who was piloting the fighter jet. "I see," Sei-Ito said in a deep voice. "Lieutenant Sei-Ito, I'll be right there." As soon as Sei-Ito's voice fell, Mu's voice immediately came out. "I look forward to fighting side by side with you again," Sei-Ito replied with a smile. Sure enough, shortly after the communication ended, an air overlord equipped with a Gundam backpack flew out of the damaged ejection port of Archangel. It guarded Archangel with Sei-Ito and fought against the countless MS in the sky. After a while, just as Archangel, which was guarded by Sei-Ito and Mu, gradually left the combat area, a Gundam suddenly appeared above Archangel and attacked it. Seeing this situation, Sei-Ito and Mu controlled the fighter jet and the air overlord to meet the Gundam. It's just that a fighter jet was a fighter jet, and the air overlord was an air overlord. The performance of the two fighters was not the same at all. Therefore, in the case of heavy bombs at the same time, the air overlord only damaged the Gundam backpack. It only needed a simple disassembly to solve the problem. However, Sei-Ito's fighter jet directly damaged the left engine, forcing him to return to Archangel. "Can't I kill flies without a fighter jet?" Sei-Ito, who jumped out of the damaged fighter jet cockpit that was forced to land in Archangel's garage, threw away his helmet and sneered in his heart. Then he quickly ran to the bridge without stopping, and after arriving at the bridge, he sat in front of the fire god cannon with ease. In an instant, he took control of a self-propelled fire god cannon and fired at the MS in the sky. The power of the fire god cannon was different. As soon as it was fired, 2 MS that couldn't dodge in time were destroyed. "The thrust has decreased, we can't maintain a low-altitude flying posture." At this time, on Archangel that was hit again, the helmsman who was trying to maintain the stability of the warship said in a deep voice. Just as Archangel was trying to stabilize the hull, a Zaft MS suddenly appeared in front of Archangel's bridge. It raised the laser gun in its hand and aimed at the bridge. A yellow energy light quickly gathered in the muzzle of the gun. "What the F***CK?" Looking at the MS that suddenly appeared outside the bridge, Sei-Ito's heart suddenly jumped. Just as he was about to release Red Lotus without hiding, a green laser beam suddenly shot down from the sky, instantly destroying the laser gun in the MS's hand and saving Archangel. "Freedom Gundam." Sei-Ito looked at the powerful Gundam that suddenly appeared on the optical screen, and he secretly said in his mind. Then Sei-Ito immediately felt a gaze fall on him, and following the gaze, he found that the owner of the gaze was Malu. Seeing this, how could Sei-Ito not understand what she meant? He nodded slightly and confirmed the guess in Malu's heart. Then, just as the 8 laser muzzles on his back stretched out like an angel's wings, Kira Yamato's voice sounded in Archangel. "This is Kira Yamato, I'm here to rescue you, please withdraw the ship quickly," Kira Yamato said. Next, Kira Yamato showed his power. Like a multi-turret believer, he fired all the cannons around him, instantly destroying the gun-wielding arms of more than a dozen MS, causing them to temporarily lose their combat ability. "Captain Malu, withdraw the ship quickly." Kira's voice sounded again in Archangel and emphasized. "There is a Cyclops system underground in the headquarters, and we are used as bait. We don't know about this battle plan at all, so we can't withdraw the ship at all. At least, we have to withdraw some distance. Malu said emotionally. I see. Kira answered briefly and cut off the communication, then he once again transformed into a multi-turret believer and fired at the many MS in front of him. It's just that although he was a multi-turret believer, he didn't kill. So all the MS hit by his gunfire would at most temporarily lose their combat ability, but no one would be injured or killed because of it. Then, Kira Yamato's voice sounded in the all-channel communication. Notice to Zaft, everyone in Earth United, Alaska will soon activate the Cyclops system and self-destruct. The two armies please stop fighting immediately and retreat immediately. Repeat. Kira. Hearing Kira's words, Malu whispered as if she knew him for the first time. Kira is no longer the Kira of the past. Seito, who came to Malu's side at some point, put his right hand on the top of the back of the captain's chair, put his left hand on his waist, and his right foot half bent on the ground. He looked at the Freedom Gundam on the screen and said softly, "The Cyclops is activated." At this moment, Sei, who was sitting on the second bridge, suddenly shouted in shock. What? Engine at full speed. Retreat. Malu was shocked at first, then she quickly ordered loudly. Immediately afterward, a pink circle full of electromagnetic radiation suddenly rose from the ground where the Alaska headquarters base was located and rapidly expanded to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the machines and humans that were affected by its radiation immediately exploded uncontrollably, turning into balls of flames or meat paste that did not even leave behind a corpse. Then a large number of continuous explosions sounded in the center of the radiation wave, destroying the Alaska base into ruins. After a while, the Archangel, which was propelled at full speed, finally left the range of the electromagnetic radiation wave and stopped at a bend more than 10 kilometers away from Alaska. Looking at the people in the bridge who looked like they had just survived a disaster and Malu who was shocked speechless by the actions of the higher-ups, Seito reached out and patted her on the shoulder. He turned around and walked out of the Archangel without saying anything. He came to Mu's side and looked at the sky exuding strange colors in the distance in silence. Soon after, everyone in the Archangel walked out of the Archangel one after another and came to the land outside. They were eager to see the young Kira who was called a disaster by the higher-ups of the Atlantic Federation, but was the guardian of the Archangel. It was just that when they really saw Kira, who was wearing the protective suit that only the red coat elites of the Zaft could wear, walking down the hill, they were all shocked and speechless. It's great to be able to make it in time. Kira, who walked in front of Malu, Seito and Mu, smiled with joy. Chapter 386. It's really you, Kira. Although she had Itosei's previous words as a foundation, when she really saw that familiar but obviously changed face again, she still couldn't believe it and said hesitantly, "Yes." Kira nodded affirmatively. Kira, after receiving confirmation, Mirialia, who was behind her, immediately ran toward Kira without waiting for her to speak. With Mirialia taking the lead, everyone who was still a little reserved all ran to Kira's side, expressing the joy of reunion and the disbelief of his survival. After a short but warm reunion, Kira once again walked back to Marjorie, Seito, and Mu. He looked at Marjorie with a gentle expression and asked, "Captain Marjorie, you have a lot to say to me, right?" "Uh-huh." Marjorie responded softly with a smile. "I also have a lot to say to Captain Marjorie." Kira looked at Marjorie in front of him and said seriously, "Okay." Marjorie agreed. "Are you with the Zaft?" Mu on the side interrupted and asked. After all, Kira was now wearing the red coat protective suit of the Zaft, and Mu and the others were still in the Earth Army. Even if they were familiar with each other and were friends, there were still some things that needed to be clarified and mentally prepared. Yes. Hearing Mu's question, Kira turned to look at him and answered with a serious expression, "But I'm not in the Zaft army, and I'm no longer in the Earth army." Hearing Kira's answer, not only were Marjorie and Mu shocked, but even the other members of the Archangel standing here were also in disbelief. "I understand." Marjorie lowered her head and sighed. Then she half turned to look at the Freedom Gundam and said, "That body is, and what should we do?" "If you're talking about preparing supplies, you don't have to worry for the time being because this body is equipped with a neutron interference mediator," Kira said seriously. "Are you talking about a neutron interference mediator?" Mu repeated in surprise. "Then is it powered by a nuclear power source?" Among the crowd, a bridge staff member also said in surprise. "Where did this thing come from?" Another bridge staff member asked. "If you want to extract the data, I will refuse and leave this place. I will protect it even if I have to become everyone's enemy," Kira said in a low voice. "Kira." Maureen looked at Kira in surprise. "You mean?" Mu also looked at Kira in shock. "This is my responsibility as the one who accepts this body," Kira said. "I completely understand. We promise that we won't touch that airframe." She then turned around and shouted to the members of the maintenance team behind her, "Did you all hear that?" "Yes, sir." The members of the drill squad answered in unison. Then, he turned to Seito and stared at him with a serious expression. Seeing this, Seito shrugged nonchalantly and agreed. "Thank you very much." Kira smiled. After a short break, everyone returned to the Archangel, ready to discuss the next issue. "Thank you for saving me, Mr. Seito." On the way back, Kira thanked Seito. "It's nothing," Seito smiled at Kira, then asked, "Did Lux ask you to tell me anything?" "No." Kira shook his head. "That's good." Seito smiled easily. Kira looked at Seito, who was smiling inexplicably, in confusion. "It's nothing." Seito patted Kira's shoulder and smiled. Using the Alaska garrison and the Archangel as bait, lure the attacking Zaft army into the center of Alaska, and then remotely activate the Cyclops system to eliminate the garrison and the Zaft army together. This is the battle plan of the Atlantic Federation's upper management, right? In the bridge, Kira, who had changed back into the Earth military uniform, repeated the Alaska battle plan again. "Well, yes," Mu confirmed. "And we didn't receive any notice." Margaret frowned and said in a low voice. She was obviously resentful of the upper management's behavior of being sacrificed without informing them. The headquarters should have known that the target of the Zaft army was Alaska a long time ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in a hurry to install the Cyclops system underground. Mu speculated. "It's the same with the plant." Kira whispered to himself, then looked up at Margaret and asked seriously, "What are your plans next, Archangel and Captain Margaret?" "I don't know," Margaret said helplessly, then looked at Mu and Seito and fell silent. "Because of the neutron jammer and magnetic field, communication is completely impossible in this place," CIC said. "Then do emergency treatment, and then go to Panama on our own?" the helmsman asked. "Will they welcome us? We know so many things," Mu said with a conflicted expression. "Of course not. Have you heard of anyone who has a good ending after knowing a secret?" Seito on the side said. "Also, if we leave the battle line without orders, we will also be regarded as deserters," Margaret said in a heavy tone. "Even if we return to the original team, we will still be subject to a military trial." The helmsman whispered to himself. "That is to say, there will be a bunch of additional charges," the radar officer also said with a depressed face. "I don't know why, I don't know what I'm fighting for anymore." Margaret whispered to herself in a somewhat decadent voice. "To end this situation, what do we have to fight, Captain Margaret? Have you thought about it?" At this time, Kira, who was listening to Margaret and the others discussing the next plan of the Archangel, suddenly said, I think we have to fight that." "Kira, are you going to be a devil or a hero?" Hearing Kira's words, Sei-Ito suddenly said aloud. Everyone, including Kira, looked at Sei-Ito in confusion. End the war with one's own strength, hee. Sei-Ito sneered and did not continue, but the general idea was pretty much expressed. Then, everyone ended the discussion in a dull atmosphere, and then left a few bridge personnel on duty and returned to their rooms to rest. Actually, there is a place we might be able to go. In the captain's lounge, Mu, who was holding a cup of coffee in his hand, looked at Margaret and Sei-Ito and said, "You mean Aubrey?" Sei-Ito said with a cup of water in his hand. "Yes," Mu confirmed. "Aubrey," Margaret repeated in a low voice. "You definitely don't want to go back to the army at all." Mu looked at Margaret, who was sitting behind the desk with a listless face. "Everyone is the same. We will definitely be shot if we go back." Margaret sighed and said the main reason why everyone didn't want to go back. After all, no one wanted to die. "Kid, you've changed." Hearing Margaret's answer, Mu immediately changed the topic. "Yes," Malu replied. "Do we have to fight something?" Mu whispered to himself. "You guys." Sei-Ito looked at the two people who were deep in thought, shook his head helplessly and sighed. In the end, after much consideration, Margaret agreed to Mu's proposal to go to Aubrey. In this way, after 7 days of sailing on the water, the battered Archangel finally entered the Aubrey waters on May 15th, and then under the guidance of the planes sent by Aubrey, they once again sailed into the secret port of Anxiety Island. Shortly after they stopped, the real leader of the Aubrey Alliance, Himiura Shar, led the head of the Dawn Society, Erica Simmons, as well as several people, including the foreign affairs, the government, and the military personnel, Kasaka, boarded the Archangel and came to the bridge to see Captain Margaret. "We are very grateful that you can accept our unauthorized request," Margaret, who stood in front of Himiura Shar, said in a sincere tone. "Due to various reasons, the members can't move freely for the time being. I hope everyone can understand." Himiura Shar said apologetically, "But you can have a good rest first. Thank you very much." Margaret, who was slightly relieved, thanked him. "Because of the destruction of the Earth Alliance headquarters, the Earth will once again fall into turmoil. After you rest, let's talk about this." Himiura Shar looked at everyone and said. But when his eyes fell on Sei-Ito, he unconsciously paused. This strange reaction was immediately noticed by Margaret, who had been observing him, and she remembered it in her heart. "I've heard and seen, and then think about it carefully, including the meaning of the military uniform you are wearing." But after a pause, his eyes fell on Margaret again, and he said solemnly. After that, he led the people behind him out of the bridge and left the Archangel. "Can we talk?" Lieutenant Sei-Ito. Just when Himiura Shar and others just walked out of the Archangel, Erica, the person in charge of the Dawn Society behind him, suddenly turned around and said to Sei-Ito, who followed Margaret and Mu out to send them off. Hearing Erica's words, Margaret immediately turned her head to look at Sei-Ito beside her, and a flash of concern appeared in her eyes. "Of course." Sei-Ito first turned his head and signaled Margaret to be at ease with his eyes, then said to Erica, who was looking at him. Then he followed behind Erica and left the Archangel together. They walked to a place in the port where they could see the Archangel without being disturbed. "Let's stop here." After stopping, Erica said softly. Then she turned to look at Sei-Ito with a half-smile on her face and said, "Lieutenant Sei-Ito, I didn't expect you to dare to enter Obe's territory." "Why not?" Sei-Ito asked in surprise. Chapter 387. First, you sneaked into Aub, forced your way into Dawn Society to steal our confidential information, and then broke into our secret factory last time to steal our newly developed Natural Person OS program. Do you really think Aub won't punish you? Erica questioned sternly with a serious face. "Erica, although we know each other very well." Sei-Ito paused deliberately when he said, "know each other." His eyes fell on Erica's chest, and then he continued, "But you can't frame me like this. When did I enter your secret factory and steal your newly developed natural person OS? Are you trying to quibble?" Erica sneered before continuing, "Since we found you on the Archangel, we have been monitoring the Archangel closely. During this period, although you have been acting very normal and didn't even leave the Archangel, you suddenly disappeared the day before the Archangel left the port. You haven't appeared until the Archangel left the port. Then, on the night the Archangel left the port, our secret factory was stolen. As someone who has a record of sneaking into Dawn Society to steal information, disappearing from the Archangel for no reason, and possessing enough skills to sneak into the secret factory, you are the only suspect." In this paragraph, Erica obviously concealed some of the information that they had not figured out so far, such as how the 3 test Heresy Gundams disappeared in the secret factory, and how the parts and materials disappeared. She did not mention a word. She just focused on speculating about Sei Ito's infiltration. "This speculation is too unreasonable," Sei Ito said with a speechless expression. "Then why is it that every time you come to Ob, our Dawn Society will be invaded, but when you don't come, there is no trace of a crime at all? How do you explain this problem?" Erica questioned. "How would I know?" Seito sighed, then raised his head to look at Erica in front of him and asked with a strange expression, "You didn't call me out just to tell me these inexplicable speculations, right? Then what do you think I should tell you?" Erica frowned and asked in a deep voice. "There are many things you can tell me." Seito immediately put on a playful look, spread his hands, and said to Erica, "For example, did you miss me after we parted that night?" Upon hearing this, the humiliation of that night that had never been forgotten clearly surfaced in Erica's mind again, causing anger to immediately emerge from the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, she still knew that she came to see Seito this time for business, so she immediately suppressed the anger in her heart, snorted coldly at Seito, and said in a deep voice with a serious face, "I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Now, I only want to ask you one thing. Is the blue heretic Gundam in your hands?" "So that's what you're asking," Seito said with a look of realization. Then he looked at Erica with a smile and said, "Yes, it's in my hands. But as expected of the secret body developed by Dr. Erica that I admire. Its performance is really good. Then that red heretic Gundam should also be in your hands, right?" Erica continued to ask. "Yes, it is," Seito admitted honestly. "According to the information we obtained, you had already boarded the Archangel when Heliopolis collapsed. In other words, you obtained those 2 bodies when you were in Heliopolis. Then those staff members of the Dawn Society who mysteriously disappeared also have something to do with you," Erica said with a hostile expression. "That's right," Seito admitted. "What exactly do you want to do?" Erica questioned again. "Nothing," Seito said. "Do you think I will believe that?" Erica asked rhetorically. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Seito shrugged, then asked Erica, "Is there anything else? If not, I will go back to the Archangel. After all, I still have to deal with the Kimi representative later." "Someone wants to see you," Erica said with a frown. "Who is it?" Seito asked curiously. "You will know when you get there," Erica said, keeping him in suspense. "Okay, time and place," Seito said. "After 8 o'clock tomorrow night I will pick you up here," Erica said. "Don't tell me the person who wants to see me is you." Seito took a step forward and leaned in front of Erica, then he whispered with a teasing smile. The latter glanced at Seito coldly, then turned and left the secret port silently. "Someone wants to see me, and it's because of the heretic Gundam. Then it should be that guy, but I don't know if it's the crazy sister or the stupid brother." On the way back to the Archangel, Seito guessed in his mind. After returning to the Archangel, Seito shrugged his shoulders to indicate that he was fine, then he rested quietly. In the evening, the car sent by Aubrey brought Seito, Maru, Mu, and Kira to the Ashar mansion to meet the Kimi representative. Then, after a simple greeting, Kimi asked them about the specific situation in Alaska. The Cyclops system, but even if the enemy's information was leaked, this strategy can only make people feel that it is against common sense, Kimi said in a deep voice. However, this time, Alaska reduced the combat power of the Zaft attack army by 80%. Based on the sacrifices designed by the authors, the calculations on the table were ruthless to the extreme. Although Kasaka agreed with the final result of the battle, he did not agree with the plan itself. And then this. Sammy raised the remote control in his hand and pressed a button on the TV on the wall beside him. Then, a middle-aged man with a bald head said in a sorrowful tone on the TV, "The garrison fought bravely to the last soldier. We must write the day of Josh A.'s collapse into history with grief." Then the picture turned to the Alaska base that had become a huge pit, giving a close-up of the water in the deep pit, the broken buildings around the deep pit, and the remains of weapons on both sides. Then the picture turned again, and a large number of wounded soldiers wrapped in bandages and the beds under them were covered with blood, as well as the images of innocent civilians and children who were also seriously injured appeared on the screen. Then the picture turned again, and the crowds of people who were protesting everywhere, the recruits who were ready to go, and the government personnel who were angered by propaganda were shown on the screen. But we will never give in. What right does the regulator have to take away the peaceful land and safe sky that we rely on for survival? The sacrifice is great, but we must overcome it and face it. In order to protect the safety, peace, and future of the Earth, now we must unite our forces and fight against the arrogant regulators. In the background of the picture, the middle-aged man said hoarsely, "Although we know the result, it's really unacceptable," Moose said softly. "In other words, whether we die or not, we are dead outside. If we appear again, then it's not a question of whether we are dead or not, but a question of why we are not dead," Seito said in a sarcastic tone. As soon as this was said, Margot and Moo's faces were a little ugly. Kimi looked up at Seito standing behind Margot and said again in a deep voice, "The Atlantic Federation also exerted strong pressure on many countries that were originally neutral. They even said that if they did not participate in the war as a joint force, they would be regarded as hostile countries. Of course, OB is no exception. They want OB's power." Carrie, who was wearing OB's special military uniform, said, "I think you all know that our country will not refuse the regulators." Kimi ignored Carrie's words and continued, "As long as they abide by OB's ideals and laws, there are only a few countries that allow anyone to enter and live in. There's no right or wrong in manipulating genetic factors. It's only because you're a regulator or because you're a natural person that you're prejudiced against each other that there's a conflict." Then he turned to look at Carrie and Kira. "Carrie is a natural, Kira is an regulator. These are only themselves." "That's true," Kira agreed. "However, I absolutely do not approve of the Atlantic Federation's method of treating all regulators as enemies and attacking them," Amy said in a low voice. "Just who and what is fighting for? But, although I understand what you are saying, forgive my rudeness, but isn't this just an ideal?" Moo suddenly said, "Even if this is an ideal, the regulators are still looking down on the natural, and the natural are jealous of the regulators. This is the reality." "I know," Kimi said. She stood up with her hands on the edge of the table and walked to the oil painting on the side. With her back facing everyone, she continued, "Of course, our country isn't all smooth sailing. However, if we give up because of this, there will be a day when we will truly walk the path of mutual destruction. When that day comes, it will be too late to regret. Or, if this is the world, should we just silently follow it? Whichever path you choose is your freedom. If you can't betray this uniform, please do your best. You are young and powerful. I hope you can see clearly that there is still time for the future that you truly desire." What does Lord Kimmy think? Kira looked at Kimmy with a serious expression and asked. In the current situation, swords are no longer purely decorative. That's what I think, Kimmy replied. After hearing this answer, a smile appeared on Kira's face, expressing her agreement with the answer. Then, everyone was sent back to the Archangel while pondering over Kimmy's words. In fact, after saying so much, there is only one meaning. Our Aubrey is an ideal country, and I am now fighting for my ideals. I need your strength, especially the strength of the Archangel, Mu, and Kira. In the captain's lounge, Ito leaned back in his chair with his hands hanging naturally by his side. He looked up at the ceiling and spoke very straightforwardly to Maureen, who was sitting behind the desk, as well as Mu, who was leaning against the wall with his hands crossed in front of his chest. Chapter 388. Although Ito was straightforward, Mu and Marlu were not idiot. How could they not understand the meaning behind his words? They just didn't want to think too deeply about it. After all, Ob was the last place they could find to stay. Since it was appropriate for them to contribute, the two did not refute Ito's words and remained silent. After a while, Mu stood up from the wall and sighed softly as his hands hung down. Ideal? Then his expression changed and he returned to his usual frivolous appearance. Forget it, this kind of thing can't be thought of in a day or two. Let's see how the situation develops before making a decision. Okay, Marlu said softly with her hands clasped in front of her. I'm so hungry. I'm going to eat first. I won't disturb the two of you. Mu patted his stomach and turned around to walk out of the lounge. At the same time, he waved his right hand with his back facing Ito and Marlu. Hearing Mu's teasing words, Marlia's cheeks unconsciously turned red. He's quite observant. Looks like he's been paying a lot of attention to you, Ito said with a smile as he looked at the door of the lounge that closed again. Then he turned to Marlu and asked, Do you remember what I said on the night of the end of the Alaska trial? Hearing Ito's words, Marlia's eyes unconsciously flashed. She was clearly not calm. You know the current situation. No matter what the final result is, you can't return to the army. Why don't you just end it here and choose to come with me? Ito said softly. Marlia's expression was conflicted. She could not make up her mind. However, Ito did not rush her. He quietly sat to the side and waited for her to make a decision. My heart is in a mess right now. Can you give me some time to think about it? After a long while, Margot let out a long sigh of relief. She turned her head to look at Ito-say and said with a painful expression, Okay, I won't rush you. Think about it slowly. We still have time. Ito got up and walked to Marlia's side. His left hand hugged her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. His right hand gently stroked the back of Marlia's head as he softly comforted her. Thank you, Ito. Marlu naturally hugged Ito's waist and nodded with her eyes closed. After a while, Ito let go of Marlu and lowered his head to look at her and said softly, Okay, it's late. You should rest first. Okay. She then stood up from her seat with Ito-say's help and was brought to the bed to lie down. Good night. And go back. And the next day. Starting early in the morning, a large number of OB engineers appeared in the dock with instruments and began to repair and replenish the damaged Archangel. Of course, this had nothing to do with Ito, so Ito, who had nothing to do, spent the day leisurely. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he walked out of the Archangel and went to the place where he talked to Erica Simmons, the director of the Dawn Society, as agreed. Not long after he arrived, Erica Simmons, who was wearing a dark red single-button top with a white undershirt exposed from the left and right sides of her waist and abdomen. She was wearing a pair of blue jeans. Your clothes are really the same. Ito looked up and down at Erica, who walked over and teased. Come with me. Erica ignored Ito's teasing. After a simple sentence, she turned around and walked back the way she came. You're so cold and heartless. After all, I'm a man who once satisfied you, right? Seeing this, Sei-Ito had to keep up with her, but during the process, he deliberately whispered in a voice that Erica just happened to hear. Hearing this, Erica Simmons, who was in front, unconsciously paused, and then continued to walk forward, as if she didn't hear Ito-sei's words, ignoring him at all. Tisk. Seeing Erica's performance, Sei-Ito curled his lips and followed her silently. They walked out of the secret port of Slave Island and sat in the front passenger seat of a black car not far from the entrance. Erica drove with Sei-Ito to the meeting place. When the car started, Sei-Ito's eyes suddenly rolled, and he looked at Erica with a smirk. He suddenly put his hand on her thigh and gently stroked it. "Let's see where you can hide," Sei-Ito said with a smirk. A sharp braking sound sounded in Sei-Ito's ears, and then a forward inertia acted on the two people in the car at the same time. But just as Sei-Ito's body, which was not wearing a seat belt, rushed to the side, Erica's hands quickly left the steering wheel. She reached behind her with one hand and took out a pistol, aiming at Sei-Ito. "Please don't touch me again, or I can't guarantee whether you will see that lady safely." Erica looked at Sei-Ito, who had returned to his seat, and said in a cold, expressionless voice, "It seems that no one has been with you recently. You're very angry." Sei-Ito didn't even look at the pistol pointed at his head. He still looked at Erica with a playful smile. Erica didn't say anything. She directly pushed the gun forward, and at the same time, she retracted her index finger on the trigger. "Do you really think this thing can hurt me?" Sei-Ito looked at Erica's action and raised his eyebrows. "I know you're good at fighting, but at such a close distance, I think my gun is still a threat to you," Erica said coldly. "Is that so?" Sei-Ito looked at Erica with a faint smile. Then, before Erica could react, he suddenly reached out and flicked the numb tendon on her right wrist. A strong numbness instantly spread from her wrist to Erica's heart, causing her to unconsciously let go of the gun in her right hand, and it fell to the ground. Sei-Ito reached out and caught the gun. With a slight movement of his fingers, he held the gun in his palm and pointed the muzzle at Erica. "You are a little overconfident, Erica," Sei-Ito said with a smile. Then, he transferred the gun to his right hand, placed his hand on Erica's thigh again, and stroked it. Feeling the gradual warmth on her thigh, Erica's chest heaved up and down rapidly. Anger kept attacking her rationality, and she wanted to kill the man in front of her at all costs. But Erica also knew that this was basically impossible. Putting aside Sei-Ito's incredible skills, no one in Aubrey could take her down without that man whom she had met by chance. He was now an important member of the Archangel. During this special period, touching him would definitely trigger the sensitive nerves of the other members of the Archangel. Although there might not be any consequences in the end, it would definitely reduce the effect of Sir Jimmy's efforts. With this thought in mind, Erica immediately took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in her heart. Then, she ignored the hairy hand on her thigh, started the car again, and rushed to the meeting place. Looking at Erica's appearance, Sei-Ito chuckled. He put away the gun and the palm stroking her thigh at the same time, then casually threw the gun on the front of the car, leaned back in the seat, and quietly looked at the road ahead that quickly slid to both sides. "Humph." Looking at Sei-Ito's quiet appearance, Erica snorted for some reason. She suddenly increased the speed of the car to about 100 kilometers per hour and quickly drove to an unknown place. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped at a huge platform that was completely built with a metal bridge. "Get out of the car," Erica said in an unfriendly tone. The latter shrugged indifferently, pushed open the door, got out of the car, and walked up the huge platform with Erica, who was waiting by the side. They stopped in front of a Gundam hidden in the shadows. Experimental test machine, heretical as high as P01. Looking at the body in front of him that exuded a faint golden color even in the dark, Sei-Ito said softly, "Not bad." As soon as Sei-Ito's voice fell, A nearly neutral voice sounded in the darkness. Then, a person nearly 1.8 meters tall, with a slender figure, long, straight black hair, and a somewhat oval face with distinct facial features, but a sinister gaze walked out. Who are you? Mina or Gina? Seito turned to look at the person and asked with interest. Upon hearing Seito's question, Erica Simmons behind him and the person who walked over frowned at the same time. But even so, the person didn't stop at all. It wasn't until she was about a meter away from Seito that she stopped completely. Your intelligence system is really developed, the person said with a face full of praise. Then, she shook her cloak, lifted her chin slightly, and said arrogantly, I am Lun Gina Sahak. You should be honored, commoner. You really are, as the rumors say. You're a psychopath. Seito, who was displeased with Lun Gina Sahak's attitude, mocked mercilessly. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some value, I would have sentenced you to death based on what you said just now. Lun Gina Sahak looked at Seito with disdain. Believe it or not, if you talk to me with that attitude again, I'll have you report to the Grim Reaper first. Seito frowned and said softly. Ha, funny. Lun Gina Sahak sneered disdainfully. He raised his hand and clapped twice. Then, several bright searchlights immediately shone on Seito. At the same time, a group of armed soldiers suddenly ran out from hiding and aimed their guns at Seito. At this time, Erica Simmons, who was behind him, quietly retreated a distance to avoid being affected by the possible attack. I know all about you. You have strong physical combat skills, but no matter how strong your body is, it can't withstand so many bullets. Now, do you still have the confidence to send me to the Grim Reaper? Lun Gina Sahak said proudly. I've always wanted to say something, but I never had the chance. I didn't expect you to give me this chance. Hearing Lun Gina Sahak's words, Seito sighed for no reason. What do you want to say? I allow you to say it now. Lun Gina Sahak said, as if he was bestowing a gift. People won't die if they don't ask for it. Why don't you know that? Seito looked up at Lun Gina Sahak and said softly. Then, without waiting for the others to react, his body suddenly disappeared. When the others caught sight of him again, he was already behind Lun Gina Sahak. He gripped Lun Gina Sahak's neck with one hand and said softly, Now, who do you think will go to the Grim Reaper first? Clap, 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 clap. Just then, another round of applause sounded in the night sky. Then, a searchlight shone on a platform not far away. A person who looked and wore the same clothes as Lun Gina Sahak appeared there. Lund Mina Sahak, Ito-se said as he looked up at the newcomer. Calm, decisive, and powerful. You're the perfect example of a soldier. Lun Gina Sahak praised. Okay, don't beat around the bush. Just say it. Seito waved his hand impatiently. Okay. Lun Gina Sahak nodded and said, First, I want to confirm with you whether our 2 experimental Gundams are in your hands. Correct. Seito frowned and nodded. In that case, I hope you can return them. Lun Gina Sahak said. Are you kidding? Seito laughed as if he heard a joke. No. Lun Gina Sahak shook his head slightly and said, I think it's a waste to leave those 2 bodies in your hands. They should have a bigger stage to perform on, to fight for more benefits for me and for Aubrey. I don't care about benefits or disadvantages. I only know that once something is in my hands, it's impossible for me to give it back. If anyone wants to take it by force, then be prepared to die. Seito said firmly. Is that so? Then I'll change my proposal. Lun Gina Sahak nodded slightly and said, As far as I know, you're now a fugitive. Are you willing to join me and work for me? You're starting to target people after you can't get your hands on the bodies? Seito said, But I feel like I'm living a good life now. I've never thought about working for anyone, so I refuse. Bastard, sister is recruiting you because she thinks highly of you. Commoner, don't be ungrateful. Before Lund Mina Sahak could say anything, Lund Mina Sahak, who was being held by Ito Seiji, took the lead and shouted loudly. "Looks like you haven't figured out the situation yet." Ito sneered and kicked Lungina Sahak's knee, knocking him to the ground. Chapter 389. You! As the heir of the House of Saha, one of the Ob-5 houses, Lund Zinar Sahak had never suffered such humiliation before. He immediately screamed in rage. "Enough, Zinar," Lund Zinar Sahak said from the platform. Hearing her words, Lund Gina Sahak, who had been causing a ruckus, surprisingly quieted down. This dramatic change in attitude made Ito-se sigh. Indeed, there was always one thing to conquer another. "My apologies, my brother was rude," Lund Zinar Sahak said. "It's fine." Ito waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Then, he changed the subject. "But you better keep your crazy brother in check. If possible, tell him not to bother me anymore. Otherwise, I won't care about being the heir of one of the Ob-5 houses and destroy him." "All right," Lund Zinar Sahak replied with a slight nod. "That's good." Ito nodded and turned to Erika. "Erika, send me back." Erika immediately turned to Lund Zinar Sahak on the platform and asked for her opinion. After Erika nodded, she walked out of the shadows and came to Ito and Lund Zinar Sahak, who was still in his grasp. She silently followed Ito out of the platform and back to the car. It was only then that Ito-se waved his hand and threw Lund Gina Sahak in front of several armed soldiers. Then, he got into the car that had just started. "Shoot!" Just as the car started moving, Lund Zinar Sahak's frantic screams came from outside. But perhaps because they had received Lund Zinar Sahak's signal, the soldiers did not shoot at the car and let them leave. "If there are any more lunatics like this who want to see me, just tell them I won't see them," Ito said to Erika Simmons in annoyance on the way back. However, the latter did not even pay attention to him. She continued to drive the car back in silence. "Well, it seems like you won't talk to me unless I do something to you. In that case, I'll let you talk to me." After saying that, Ito Mori quickly got up from the co-driver's seat and stepped on the brake. Then, he reached out both hands at the same time. He pulled out the car key with one hand and moved the fixed handle beside the driver's seat with the other hand. The back of the seat was put down and connected with the back seat to form a bed. Then, he turned around and pressed Erika's body. His hands pressed down on her hands and quietly watched Erika's calm face. Watching Erika's look, Ito-se frowned. However, he didn't take any further action. In this way, the two faced each other with their chests touching each other and gazed at each other quietly in the carriage. Ding! "You have a phone call." At that moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded, breaking the silence between the two. Ito raised his eyebrows, loosened his grip on Erika, and quickly slid his left hand down. He took out a phone from Erika's trouser pocket and handed it to Erika, who didn't resist even when his hand was released. Looking at the number displayed on the phone, Erika's expression changed, but she still didn't say anything. She let the phone ring until the other party hung up. "It seems that you really don't want to talk to me," Ito threw the phone that had stopped ringing on the back seat. He looked at Erika in front of him and pretended to be fierce. "In that case, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, he released his right hand from Erika's grip again and quickly reached for her waist. His 5 fingers deftly undid her belt and the front buckle of her pant. Then, he slid his hand down the loosened pants and into Erika's pant. After passing through a furry area, he stopped in front of a secret path. As Ito's finger moved, Erika couldn't help but let out a muffled sound from her throat. Just like that, Ito laid on top of Erika and his fingers moved continuously. And as Ito's finger moved continuously, Erika's breathing gradually quickened. Then, she couldn't suppress her voice any longer and let out a moan. Erika, who let go of her voice, seemed to have broken through some kind of restraint. She suddenly reached out and hugged Ito on top of her, raising her body to meet his. It wasn't until a few moments later that Erika suddenly let out a high-pitched cry. Her body relaxed abruptly, and her hands rested weakly on Seito's body as she panted violently. But in the corner of Erika's eyes, tears suddenly flowed from her tightly shut eyes. "I'm sorry." Upon seeing Erika's tears, Seito couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. He wiped away the tears from her eyes with his clean hand and said in an apologetic, gentle voice, "Are you satisfied now?" Erika, who calmed her breathing slightly, opened her eyes, looked at Seito, and said coldly, "Although I admit that I did go overboard, I don't regret it." Itokari pulled his hand out of Erika's pants and wiped it on the coat of the chair. Then, he got up from Erika's body and sat back in the front passenger seat, saying faintly. Then, there was another long period of silence in the car. "I want to know why you did this to me." After a long while, Erika, who had been lying flat on the ground, suddenly spoke. "How should I put it? The reason is a bit complicated, but I can tell you that one of the reasons is that I want to get your body." Seito gazed at the dim road under the night sky outside the car window, and said softly, "I want to hear the other reasons." Upon hearing Seito say that he wanted to get her body, Erika didn't know what to feel. In short, it was very complicated, so in order not to let herself be too conflicted, she asked again. "I want to control the Dawn Society through your connections and get the technological information inside," Seito said straightforwardly. Erika chuckled self-deprecatingly upon hearing this, and then fell silent again. It wasn't until a few minutes later that she said resentfully, "I won't help you." "I know, so I don't expect to get the Dawn Society or the information inside through you. I just want to wait for the right time to take you away from here." Seito nodded slightly. "I won't go with you either," Erika said immediately. "That's hard to say." Seito smiled mysteriously and said noncommittally. After that, the car was quiet again. After a long time, Erika, who was lying flat on the chair, suddenly sat up from the chair, retracted the seat back to her back, took the car key that Seito threw on the dashboard, started the car, and drove to Slave Island again. A few minutes later, the car stopped at the ground entrance of the secret port of Slave Island. Seito got out of the car alone, watched Erika drive away from him at high speed, then walked into the port and returned to the Archangel. For the next 10 days or so, peace was maintained on and off Earth. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. As long as one side was ready, a war could break out immediately. The only thing that was uncertain now was who would start this war that could break out at any time. This answer was soon revealed. Just 10 days after the Archangel entered the neutral country of Ob, that is, on May 25, CE 71, the attack and defense of Panama broke out. But what was shocking was that the Zaft took less than 2 hours to completely take down the Panama base, destroying all the guards, including the main force of the Atlantic Federation, and destroying the mass accelerator on it. The reason why the Zaft could achieve such a result, in addition to the overwhelming advantage of the Ms army over the Earth army, was also because of the powerful new combat weapon Odin's Divine Thunder invested in this battle. It was just that with the destruction of the mass accelerator in Panama, there were no other mass accelerators in the hands of the Earth Alliance. This was tantamount to directly cutting off the Earth Alliance's path to the universe, trapping them in the Earth and allowing the Zaft army to bully them. So in order to change this situation, the Earth Alliance's attention immediately fell on the Ob and Victoria port, which still had mass accelerators. But after all, Ob was a neutral country, and it was not a good choice to use force without any reason. Therefore, after some discussion, although the Republic of East Asia and the Eurasian Federation did not agree to attack Victoria Port, they had to pass the proposal under the strong request of the Atlantic Federation. Then the Atlantic Federation used the reason that the Eurasian Federation and the Republic of East Asia as the main force to launch a counterattack against Victoria. Subsequently, the Republic of East Asia and the Eurasian Federation entered intense pre-war preparations. On June 1, the Earth Alliance began to call for the either us or the enemy policy to the neutral Equatorial Union, Scandinavian Republic, and United Emirate of Ob. It was just that the Earth Alliance used media and other channels to make large-scale publicity to the public, but in private, they asked the governments of various countries to join the alliance with an almost threatening attitude. In this way, when the time reached June 13, all the other neutral organizations except for the United Emirate of Ob joined the Earth Alliance and became the Protectorate of the Earth Alliance. At the same time, an ultimatum was issued to the United Emirate of Ob that was still stubbornly resisting. They were ordered to remove the representative of Omiurashar within 48 hours, and the parliament would immediately disband and remove the military force. Naturally, Ob would not agree to such an unreasonable request, so on the afternoon of the day they received the notice, they issued a national evacuation order and prepared for the upcoming attack by the alliance. Everyone gather! Margaret, who also received the news that Ob was about to fight with the Alliance fleet, ordered everyone after thinking for a moment. Chapter 390. Then, whether it was the workers doing maintenance and supply outside or the soldiers resting on the Archangel, they all rushed to the garage and waited for Captain Margaret's instructions. Now, the Fourth Fleet of the Earth Alliance Army is marching towards Ob. After a while, Margaret, who walked into the garage with Seito, Mu, Carrie, and Kasaka, stood on a podium temporarily built with 3 ammunition boxes and said with a serious expression. Immediately, some soldiers who were still unclear about the current situation immediately let out a low exclamation. If you don't join the Earth Army to fight against Plant, you will be regarded as a Zaft supporting country. This is the reason. Margaret ignored the exclamation of the soldiers below and continued to explain the reason why the Alliance fleet was marching towards Ob. What is this? A soldier said in surprise. The Ob government still wants to maintain a neutral position. Although they are still continuing their diplomatic efforts, unfortunately, as long as you see the current situation of the Earth Army, the possibility of avoiding the battle is very low. Margaret sighed and said, Now Ob has ordered the people of the country to evacuate from the cities and military facilities to prepare for the upcoming battle and enter a defensive state. Therefore, we have to make a choice. Now that the Archangel is a runaway ship and our position is uncertain, what should we do in this situation? This is not an order, and I have no authority to ask you to do this. If we can't avoid it, the battle will start at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Should we fight to protect Aubrey? Or should we not? We have to judge for ourselves, so those who want to take this opportunity to get off the ship, please leave the ship quickly and follow the instructions of the Ob government to take refuge. Thank you for following an unreliable captain like me all the way here. At the end of her speech, Marmor bowed to the soldiers standing in front of her. Don't worry too much. Even if you fail in the end, you still have a way out. Don't forget what I said. After the speech, Seito, who returned to the captain's lounge, said to Margaret. Margaret, who was sitting on the bed, responded in a low voice. But for the next battle, I should prepare. Seito sighed. Hearing this, Margaret looked at Seito in confusion. That guy Mu has been upgraded from the MA pilot to the Assault Gundam pilot. I can't fly the Sky Overlord to make up the numbers, so I'm also going to get a Gundam to pilot. Seito smiled at Margaret. But, will the Dawn Society agree? Margaret asked in confusion. It doesn't matter whether they agree or not, because the property rights of this Gundam belong to me. Ito-sei winked mysteriously at Ma Lu and smiled. What? Margaret exclaimed as she looked at Ito-ching in surprise. You will understand in the future. Whoosh, the door automatically opened and then closed again. It's Sanari. Looking at the sensor door that was closed again, Mauve put her hand on her chest and felt the strange feeling from the crystal necklace in her uniform as she muttered to herself. Then, he lay back on the bed, raised his hand to his forehead, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. On the other side, Seito, who had left the captain's lounge, slowly walked down the Archangel and walked out of the secret port. He waved his hand and summoned a motorcycle in a hidden place. Riding it, he quickly left Slave Island and headed toward the Reef Cave where he traded nuclear fuel with Chendiran. Half an hour later, Seito once again arrived at the Reef Cave south of Obu. He did not put away the motorcycle, but directly jumped over the safety barrier on the side of the road near the sea and slid down the gravel ramp into the cave. Looking at the nuclear fuel piled up in the cave, Seito took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, sir," Chendiran greeted respectfully on the other side of the phone. "Good job." Seito praised Chendiran on the phone, and then without waiting for Chendiran to respond, he said again, "From today onwards, you are free. You can do whatever you want in the future." "Sir?" Hearing Seito's words, Chendiran on the other side of the phone was surprised and happy, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Well, I won't contact you again in the future, and thank you." After that, Seito hung up the phone, crushed the communicator in his hand, and opened the Rubik's Cube world to store all the nuclear fuel in front of him. Looking again at the empty cave, Seito immediately turned around and left. He returned to the road, restarted the motorcycle, and headed toward the city of Obu. Now that the national evacuation order had been issued, all the places in Orb were empty except for the streets. It was the most suitable time to plunder Orb's resources. Itose naturally had no reason to give up such a good opportunity and miss it. So while other people were moving to the suburbs with their families, Seito went against the flow of people to the bustling urban area. Because of the evacuation order, the traffic situation on the road was too bad. The speed of the motorcycle could not even keep up with the speed of walking. Seeing this, Seito decisively stopped the motorcycle, went to the dense forest next to him, and rushed to the city with his powerful physical ability. After a long while, Seito finally arrived at the first factory district. He carefully avoided the eyes of the crowd and sneaked into the various shopping malls, supermarkets, and manufacturing factories to collect all the daily necessities, electronic products, components, and various production lines in the factories. Seito was no longer the same as when he needed to bring skilled workers to collect a production line. With the current population base in the Rubik's Cube world, he could easily gather enough production personnel to start the production line by simply changing the division of labor. Not to mention, this was the Gundam world. The production line was close to being completely automated, and there was no need for a few workers to operate it. As for what to do if they did not know how to operate it, was the group of researchers from the Dawn Society just for show? Just teach them a little. Not only that, but it also allowed them to take time to optimize and upgrade the existing factories and production lines in the Rubik's Cube world, accelerating the automation process, freeing up more labor to carry out the division of labor and solve the problem of the original employees in each industry. In this way, after more than 30 hours of looting like a locust swarm, Seito finally collected all the visible objects in the Obu City area near the Slave Island and the first factory district into the Rubik's Cube world, and placed them in the ecological area of the southern plains of the Rubik's Cube continent according to the category. I can only collect this much for the time being, but the harvest is not bad. After all, a small part of the first factory district is the production line for the military supporting industry, and the rest is related to electronic component. At least quantum computers can be mass-produced and popularized in the Rubik's Cube world in the future. This way, the development of science and technology will definitely speed up a lot. After completing the looting of the last factory, Seito thought to himself with satisfaction. He then turned around and walked out of the now empty factory. He quickly left the first factory area and left the city through a secluded path. He then stopped at a reef nearby. He then waved his hand to summon the blue Gundam that had been re-equipped with the PS transfer armor. After a few jumps, he entered the cockpit, started the engine, and quickly flew toward the slave island where the Archangel was located. Warning, unmarked machine ahead. Please stop your actions immediately and stay in place to wait for inspection. Otherwise, we will judge based on the situation. Not long after the heretic Gundam took flight, a male voice sounded from the communicator in warning. This is the Astray Test Machine P03 identification number. You can contact Erica Simmons, the director of the Dawn Society, for confirmation. Hearing the warning, Seito, who didn't want to cause a misunderstanding, immediately stopped the Gundam and replied through the communicator. Wait a minute. After receiving Seito's answer and the machine number, the other party's tone immediately became polite. In less than a minute, the male voice sounded again. Machine identity confirmed. Please report the name of the pilot. Seito replied. The name of the pilot, Seito, confirmed. Please receive the identification number. The male voice replied immediately. Signal received. As Seito spoke, he reached out and pressed a button on the dashboard in front of him, and then a set of identification signals was transmitted into the machine. Then, with a soft beep, the identification signal that had been displayed in red immediately jumped to green. Then, after receiving the identity confirmation, Seito didn't stay any longer and started the thrusters again to fly toward Slave Island. A moment later, with the help of the staff at Slave Island's secret port, he entered the port and boarded the Archangel. Swoosh, the deck of the Gundam's cockpit suddenly opened from top to bottom, and then Seito, in casual clothes, got out of the cockpit and landed on the ground. Lieutenant Seito. At this time, Kira, who was staying in the garage to maintain the machine, looked at Seito, who landed from the Gundam, and shouted in surprise. I didn't expect you to really get a Gundam. Mu, who was also in the garage, looked at the Gundam and said with a sigh. After all, you've been upgraded. If I don't upgrade, I'll really become a logistics staff. Seito smiled. Well, Mu didn't know what to say and could only secretly sigh at the difference between people. By the way, Maddock, the data of my machine has been adjusted. You don't need to adjust it. Also, don't mess around. Don't blame me for being rude when the time comes. Seito turned his head and looked at the maintenance team leader, Kejiro Maddock, and said seriously. Chapter 391. Got it. Maddock nodded and agreed. Okay, I'm exhausted from this trip. I'll go back and rest first. Seeing that Maddock agreed, Seito immediately put on a smile and said to Mu in front of him, Have a good dream. Mu raised his hand and said, Thanks. Seito nodded with a smile, then turned and left the garage. However, he did not go back to the dormitory to rest as he said. Instead, he went to the captain's lounge first and saw Margaret sitting in the chair behind the desk with her elbows on the table and her hands on her forehead. She looked tired and was lost in thought. I'm back. As the door opened, Seito's voice immediately came into the room and awakened Margaret from her thoughts. Welcome back. Margaret put down her hands and looked at Seito, who walked into the room with a smile. How many people decided to get off the ship? Seito, who sat on the chair on the side of the table, used his butt to move the chair closer to the table, then put his hands on the table and looked at Margaret. 11. Malu sighed. Not bad, it's only this little. It seems that they all want to use this battle to get back some of the debt they owed to Alaska. Seito said. Margaret responded in a low voice. But in this way, it seems that the day you leave with me will be delayed again. Seito sighed. I'm sorry. Looking at Seito's appearance, Margaret said apologetically. It's okay, I know you still have something in your heart that you can't let go of. Seito shook his head slightly and smiled, then looked at Margaret, who was looking at him, and said, "So it's still the same sentence, I will wait for you." "Thank you." Margaret's eyes flashed with emotion. After the two chatted for a while, Seito got up and left the captain's lounge and returned to the dormitory to rest. The next day, those who decided to stay on the Archangel got up early. After taking a simple bath and having a meal, they immediately rushed to their post. Similarly, as one of the main combat forces, Seito also rushed to the changing room next to the garage after breakfast. He changed into a protective suit and went to the garage. He sat in the cockpit of the Blue Gundam and waited. They didn't have to wait for long. When the scarlet numbers on the electronic clock jumped to 9 o'clock, the Fourth Fleet, which had already set up a combat formation in Orb's territorial waters, immediately launched an attack. Countless small missiles were quickly launched from the ships of the Fourth Fleet, dragging long white trails of smoke as they flew in Orb's direction. Immediately, Aub, who was forcibly dragged into the battle by the joint forces, also launched a defensive counterattack at the same time. A large number of laser beams shot out from the muzzles of the guard fleet in the Aub Sea area, rushing toward the dense cluster of missiles in the sky, intercepting them. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a large number of explosions and fireballs appeared in the blue sky at the same time. However, the interception of the artillery fire was not comprehensive. There were still many missiles that passed through the interception of the artillery fire and flew toward Aub's territory behind. However, they were immediately stopped by the Aub troops guarding the territory. Although there were still a few scattered missiles bombarding Aub's territory in the end, they could no longer cause much damage. At this time, the Archangel, which received the order to counterattack, also sailed out of the secret port of Slave Island and came to the front line of the battle between the Aub Defense Fleet and the Fourth Fleet to participate in the attack. The moment the Archangel joined the battle, Earth immediately sent out their mech warrior troop. Together with the mech warrior troops parachuted from Louis Island behind Aub, they attacked Aub's territory. Kira Yamato, Freedom Gundam attack. Seeing the Earth's joint mech warrior troops move out, Kira immediately piloted his Freedom Gundam and flew out of the Archangel to meet the Earth Army on Aub's coast. Mula Flag, Assault Gundam attack. Following closely behind the Freedom Gundam, the Assault Gundam equipped with artillery backpacks also flew out of the Archangel and landed on Aub's territory. It cooperated with Aub's M1 Heresy Gundam troops and launched an attack on Earth. Seito, Heresy Gundam 03 attack. In the end, Seito also flew out of the Archangel amidst the shouting and met the Earth Army's MS. Although the Earth Army's mech warriors were also MS, whether in terms of appearance or performance, they were inferior to the Heresy Gundam mass-produced by Aub. Not to mention the Blue Heresy Gundam that Seito piloted by the Dawn Society, the organization, Lakshata, Royd, and Cecil had participated in the modification. In addition, Seito's cheat-like physical advantage and piloting skills brought about by him were practically massacring all the Earth Army's MS that were fighting with him. This reduced the pressure on Aub and the other Gundam recruit. However, the good times did not last long. With the addition of 3 new strange-looking Gundam mecha suddenly sent out by the Earth Alliance, the advantage created by Seito, Mu, and Kira was quickly made up for by them. Then, without stopping, they expanded the results of the battle in the opposite direction. Anyway, what should be done has been done. Now we just have to wait for the final result. So, I'll gladly accept this fellow that has delivered itself to my doorstep. Looking at the Disaster Gundam that was painted dark blue all over, with orange paint on its shoulders, chest, and joints, and carrying 2 linear cannons on its shoulders and a shield wrapped with 3 beam guns in its hands, he muttered to himself as he drove the Heresy Gundam towards the Disaster Gundam. However, the one who was one step faster than Seito was Mu, who was piloting the Assault Gundam. The Assault Gundam that he was piloting suddenly rushed in front of the Disaster Gundam, and the battleship slicing blade in his right hand swiftly slashed towards the Disaster Gundam. However, the Disaster Gundam's reaction was not slow. It immediately raised the shield with 3 laser gun muzzles on its left hand and blocked Mu's attack. Then, it casually counterattacked and forced the Assault Gundam to retreat. And the moment the Assault Gundam retreated, Saito suddenly appeared behind the Disaster Gundam with a greatsword in his hand. He drove the Gundam from bottom to top, and a blue and white light flashed in an instant. One of the linear cannons on the Disaster Gundam's shoulder was immediately cut in half. The front end of the cannons fell to the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Perhaps it was angered by Saito's sneak attack, but the Disaster Gundam directly gave up on attacking Aubrey's army and focused all its attention on the Heresy Gundam piloted by Saito, firing at it with all the cannons on its body. However, Saito was not Aubrey's natural recruit. His consciousness could not keep up with his movements, and he could be shot to death by the Disaster Gundam. Therefore, with Saito's nimble dodging, the Disaster Gundam's attacks did not even graze the Heresy Gundam's outer layer of metal, other than causing secondary damage to the already ruined buildings. But because of this, the Heresy Gundam could not get close to the Disaster Gundam. It could only move quickly on the periphery, dodging the laser beams. The 2 Heresy Gundam were in a stalemate as one dodged and the other shot. And while the Heresy Gundam and the Disaster Gundam were in a stalemate, the Freedom Gundam in the sky, which had been fighting against 2 new Gundams from Earth, was also in a bitter struggle. But just as the 2 new Gundams found an opening in the Freedom Gundam and were about to attack, a Red Gundam suddenly descended from the sky and blocked the Freedom Gundam. The Red Gundam used the shield in its hand to block the Scarlet Energy Beam shot out from the mouth of one of the new Gundams. Then, it raised its hand and shot an attack at the 2 new Gundams, repelling them and removing the threat to the Freedom Gundam. Then, the Red Gundam that had appeared and the Freedom Gundam cooperated with the 2 new Gundams from Earth and started fighting together. That must be the Justice Gundam, which means that Aslan is here. Saito, who was still dodging the laser beams, looked at the information on the optical screen and thought to himself. Then, he ignored the situation in the sky. With the help of the 2 Heresy Gundams that had suddenly barged into the battle between him and the Disaster Gundam, he immediately escaped the pursuit of the Disaster Gundam. At the same time, he raised the giant sword in his hand and swung it at a collapsed wall that was about the same height as the Gundam. Then, the wall that had been swung out immediately broke into 2 from the bottom and flew toward the Disaster Gundam. Then, Saito drove the Heresy Gundam out from behind the wall and moved in a large arc, quickly arriving beside the Disaster Gundam. When the Disaster Gundam turned around to shoot at it, he suddenly jumped up and dodged the Scarlet Beam that was shot at him. He flipped over and landed on the other side of the Disaster Gundam. The moment the Disaster Gundam was hit by the whistling wall, he swung his sword down. Boom! A muzzle that was accumulating energy suddenly exploded from the Disaster Gundam's shoulder, blocking its vision. Then, using this opportunity, Saito controlled the Heresy Gundam's giant sword and immediately cut off one of the Disaster Gundam's legs. Clang! The Disaster Gundam, which had lost a leg to maintain its balance, immediately fell to the ground. 4 laser beams, 1 thick and 3 thin, shot into the sky at the same time it fell. Swoosh swoosh. Then, 2 laser beams shot out from the laser guns in the hands of the 2 Heresy Gundams that had suddenly entered the battlefield and shot toward the Disaster Gundam's body. However, although the Disaster Gundam was now lying on the ground, it did not mean that its pilot did not react. At this time, the Disaster Gundam raised its left hand and used its shield to block the laser beam that was shot at it. Then, its remaining leg kicked at the leg of the Heresy Gundam driven by Saito. Then, the Disaster Gundam's thruster flashed and quickly retreated from the ground. Then, it flew into the sea without looking back. Trying to run? Saito sneered. He stepped on the pedal, increased the power of the thruster to the maximum, and chased after the disaster Gundam. This time, the two Heresy Gundams did not chase after him. Instead, they immediately moved to other positions to help their comrades clean up the Earth Alliance's mobile battle. Just as Sei-Ito chased after the disaster Gundam into the sea, two green laser beams suddenly fell from the sky and hit the sea in front of the Heresy Gundam, stopping Sei-Ito's pursuit. Then, a Gundam that had transformed into an airplane suddenly appeared, caught the disaster Gundam, and rushed in the direction of the Fourth Fleet with it. Sigh. Looking at the two Gundams that were rapidly disappearing into the distance, Sei-Ito sighed helplessly and thought to himself, in the end, the Heresy Gundam is not an air combat type Gundam. The pressure of flying on Earth is too great, and its speed is simply not comparable to a professional air combat type Gundam. Just after the three new Gundams of the Earth Alliance retreated, the Alliance fleet immediately issued an order to retreat. Then, Sei-Ito, who had ended the battle, piloted the Heresy Gundam back to the coastline of the battle and landed with Mu's Assault Gundam and Diego's Storm Gundam. Not long after them, the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam also landed on the ground one after another. Then, Kira, who was wearing a blue and white protective suit, and Aslan, who was wearing a red and white protective suit, walked out of the cockpit together and grabbed the rope ladder to land on the ground. Then, the two of them, who had been playmates when they were young and were now enemies, walked slowly towards each other at the same time. "Hello, Aslan." A moment later, the two of them stopped 1 meter away from each other and looked at each other. At the same time, Kira's mechanical bird, Toli, suddenly flew down from the sky and stopped on Kira's shoulder. Then, Kira, who was broken by Toli, greeted him with a gentle smile. "Kira." Seeing Kira's appearance, Aslan unconsciously clenched his fists and called out emotionally. But just as he was about to say something, Carly suddenly rushed out of the crowd and ran to the two of them. She opened her arms and hugged their necks. There were tears in her eyes, but she said happily, "You two idiots." Then, the tense atmosphere between Kira and Aslan was destroyed by the sudden appearance of Carly. Then, the three of them laughed happily at the same time. Looks like the relationship between Carly and Aslan has been partially repaired by the world's corrective power. Sei-Ito, who was standing in the crowd, looked at the three of them who were laughing with their heads held in their hands on the ground between the Freedom and Justice Gundams. After that, everyone calmed down and operated their own bodies. They followed the Archangel back to the secret port of the Slave Island not far away and repaired all the bodies except the Blue Heresy, Freedom, and Justice Gundams. At the same time, Kira and Aslan sat together for the first time at this time and had a serious conversation. In the end, Aslan did not continue with the mission he accepted when he came to Earth. Instead, he began to think about the meaning of this war and his personal reasons and beliefs to fight for it. Then, it was a day and night of battle and repair. But compared to Aubrey, who kept sending out invitations for talks in search of a peaceful solution, the Atlantic Federation was determined to take down Aubrey by force. So, on the morning of the 16th of June, without any notice, they launched an attack on Aubrey's territory again. Chapter 392. It's just that despite the addition of Itosei, in the face of absolute numbers, the advantage of 1 or 2 airframes can't change the outcome of the entire war at all. So after a few hours of fighting, Obu suddenly issued a retreat order to the Archangel alone, ordering it to retreat to the mass accelerator Kagaya, preparing to ascend to the universe with Obu's Kusanagi. Leave Obu? Are you saying that we have to escape? Master Hime. In the command room of the Bright Night Mass Accelerator, Margot looked at Hime in shock. I'm sure all of you know that it's only a matter of time before Aubrey falls, Chimi said calmly in a deep voice. Father, what are you saying? Kaka asked in disbelief. Everyone has already taken refuge, and the enemy has reinforcements. The next attack will be taken by us. Hime turned to Kaka and whispered to everyone. But even if we lose Obu, there is still something we cannot lose. Hime looked at Margot and Seito, Mu, and the helmsman of the Archangel behind him and said, "Behind the Earth Core is the leader of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum, Mutta Azrael. Moreover, Plant has now fallen into the hands of Patrick Sala, who advocates that the Adjusters should be the new race. If this continues, the world will become an endless war between two factions that do not recognize each other. Will your future become like this? If you can see another future, then hold on to the only remaining spark here and move towards that goal. Although this is a very difficult path, I hope you can understand, Margot Lamias." Hime finally said to Margot gently. "We believe that although the spark is small, it will never be extinguished." Margot looked at Seito and Mu behind her and said with a serious expression, "Then quickly go and prepare." Hime said, "Yes." Margot agreed and brought Seito, Mu, and the helmsman back to the Archangel to prepare. As for the following battle, Seito and Mu did not need to participate. Just as Archangel was preparing nervously, the 3 new Gundams of the Earth Army that had previously returned to the fleet due to exhaustion of energy appeared on the battlefield again and flew rapidly towards Huey. "Captain Ramias, let's go." At the same time, Nimi's voice rang out from the bridge. "I understand." She then contacted Kira, who was already seated in the Freedom Gundam. "Kira, I'll cover you." Archangel, set off, Kira said immediately. "Raise the bow of the ship by 20 degrees. Prepare the positron siege cannon." After receiving Kira's reply, the Archangel's engine immediately started at full speed, propelling the Archangel into the sky. At the same time, Maud, who was sitting in the captain's seat, ordered loudly with a serious expression, "Launch." As Maud's words fell, 2 scarlet lights immediately shot out from the front of the Archangel's legs and rushed into the sky. Then, as if a seal had been broken, a circular positron diffusion interference immediately appeared in the sky. It enveloped the Archangel like an ion channel, helping the Archangel to break free from the shackles of gravity and accelerate into the atmosphere. Then, shortly after the Archangel ascended into the sky, the Grass Shaker, which was wrapped in heat-resistant armor, also accelerated away from the mass accelerator under the protection of the Freedom and Justice Gundams and broke through into the universe. The moment after the Grass Shaker left the mass accelerator, a bright white light brighter than the sun suddenly lit up from the center of Ob. Then, a series of violent explosions occurred in Ob, destroying Ob's government building, the Dawn Society's factory, and the mass accelerator Huey that the Alliance desperately wanted. One day and one night later, on June 18, the Grass Shaker, which was in geosynchronous orbit, completed the combination operation with the other parts of the Grass Shaker that were previously stored in orbit. Then, Maud, Seito, and Mu took a small engineering inspection ship to the Grass Shaker to discuss the next plan of action with the actual person in charge of the Grass Shaker, Kisaka. "Welcome to the Grass Shaker." In the garage of the Grass Shaker, Kisaka, who was wearing an Ob military uniform, said to Maud and the other 2 who came out of the inspection ship. "Thank you," Maud thanked him. Then, she left the garage with Kisaka and walked toward the bridge. The facilities here are so complete. During the journey, Mu looked at what he saw along the way and sighed. Since the beginning, the Grass Shaker has been used as a ship to communicate with the colonial satellite Heliopolis. Although the mech's operating system and weapons are equipped, it is not as complete as the Archangel, Kisaka explained. It is divided into 5 parts and only uses the central part to communicate, Mu said. It is a very efficient way to do it. Soon, they came to the bridge of the Grass Shaker. "It looks like the Archangel," Maud exclaimed as she looked at the environment in the bridge. "It is the Archangel that looks like it because their mothers are all from the Dawn Society." Kisaka smiled at Maud, then turned to look at the woman sitting in front of the console with her back facing them. "Can you show the universe map?" "Yes." Immediately after, that woman's voice sounded. Director Erica Simmons? Mu exclaimed in surprise. Hello, Major. Because you want to use the M1 in an unfamiliar space, you can't do it without me. Erica smiled and greeted Mu, but when she glanced at Sei Ito from the corner of her eye, a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Then, Erica turned back and pressed on the console, and a universe map appeared on the big screen in front of Kasaka. Now we are here. Kasaka landed in front of the map, looked at one of the big red dots, and said, As you can see, L5 is Plant, and L3 is Artemis. But neither of these places is suitable for us, so the only place we can go now is probably here. Go to the L4 Colonial Satellite Group? Maud asked in surprise. Although the Grass Shaker and the Archangel have no problems with supplies at the moment, they are not inexhaustible, especially fresh water, which will soon become an urgent need, Kasaka explained. At this time, Carrie, who was wearing the Dawn Society uniform, and Aslan, as well as Kira, who was wearing the Earth military uniform, came to the bridge together to listen to Kasaka. The L4 Colonial Satellite Group was destroyed at the beginning of the war, and then abandoned one after another. Now there is no one left, but it can still be used as a water source. It reminds me of some painful memories, Maud said softly. It doesn't matter, this is different from Unius 7. Seito patted Maud's shoulder and smiled. Then Maud remembered that Seito had participated in the attack and defense of the L4 satellite. In terms of understanding of the L4 satellites, no one here could compare to him. There are still a few colonial satellites in L4 that are still in operation. At this time, Aslan suddenly said, a long time ago, due to intelligence reports that the Yuk group used that place as a base, Zaft had investigated that area. Although there are no longer any residents, there should still be a few colonial satellites that are still in operation. If it's a suspicious group, I have a rough idea, Seito said thoughtfully, and then said to the people looking at him, it's probably the mercenaries and recyclers, and possibly the intelligence dealers. L4 was their gathering place before it was destroyed. But don't worry too much, those guys are very smart, they won't attack us for no reason, so going to the L4 satellite group is not a bad choice. Then it's decided. Kira smiled at Carrie. Okay. Carrie agreed. But, is this really okay? Since the next path had been decided, Mu suddenly turned to Aslan and said, Of course it's not just you, there's another person as well. I also saw the battle on Ob, this was forced by the situation at the time. Although I don't care about the military uniform you're wearing, we may have to fight Zaft in the future based on the situation, this is different from Ob, are you aware of this? Also, you're Patrick Sarah's son, right? Whose son he is has nothing to do with this. Aslan, Carrie said angrily. It's more painful than you think for a soldier to leave his own army, not to mention that the leader there is his own father. If he doesn't believe in his own righteousness, he can't even go to the battlefield. This is a very big turning point, is it that simple? And he's different from Kira, he's a regular soldier of Zaft. Mu said seriously to Carrie, then stared at Aslan and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, but if we're going to fight together, I hope you can trust me. Is that okay? What do you think? After a moment of silence, Aslan looked up at Mu and said seriously, in Ob no, in Plant, on Earth, I've thought a lot about what I've seen and heard. Whether it's right or wrong, what I know and what I don't know, I haven't figured out these yet, but the world I envision is the same as all of you, I think so now. You're really strong. Hearing Aslan's words, Mu immediately returned to his usual self and said frivolously, different from Kira. I've been like this since I was young. Kira was stunned at first, then looked at Aslan and smiled. The things Ob gave us are huge, Mu said softly. To be honest, it's almost impossible with just these two battleships, but our determination won't change. In fact, if you are really determined, it is not impossible to achieve it. As soon as Mu's words fell, Itose suddenly said. Instantly, everyone's eyes, including Erica Simmons, focused on him again, looking at him seriously and expectantly, waiting for him to speak. Chapter 393. Ito's gaze slowly swept across everyone and said, "There are only two goals. One is to end this war, and two is to establish Aubrey again. Am I right?" Everyone looked at each other one by one after Ito's gaze swept across them. Finally, Carrie nodded and admitted, "Yes." "Then let me ask you a question. You should have the funds that Aubrey left for you, right?" Ito looked at Carrie, Kisaka, and Erica again and asked. "That's right." Kisaka and Erica looked at each other and admitted in a deep voice. "That's good." Ito nodded and said, "In fact, you can use the funds to recruit space mercenaries and get them to assist you. Whether it's a war or an assassination, as long as you can afford it, they will do anything." Kisaka, Erica, and Carrie fell silent at the same time. It was obvious that they hadn't considered this before. "In that case, what are we?" Kira said in a deep voice. "Then what do you think our current actions are?" Ito looked at Kira and asked with a sneer. Then, he ignored Kira and continued to look at Kisaka. "Actually, I personally prefer the option of assassination. It can minimize your expenses to the greatest extent, and it can also quickly eliminate those stubborn members of the upper class. If it's just assassination, it doesn't seem to achieve the goal of ending the war," Kisaka said in a deep voice. He was obviously going to reject this proposal. "Of course, it's impossible to end the war with assassination alone, but have you thought about the new guys in power? Even if they are still supporters of the current ideology, can they still maintain such a high influence?" Ito asked in return. Then, without waiting for anyone to speak, he answered himself, "Not necessarily." In that case, would there be any changes to the forces that had originally submitted to them? Will the opponents jump out and do something? Can't we use this as a pretext to do something? Then we can end this war. After hearing Ito's series of questions, everyone could not help but fall into deep thought again. However, Ito did not give them much time to think before he spoke again. "At least as far as I know, there will definitely be at least 3 forces that will jump out when the time comes. One of them is the East Asian Republic of the Earth Union. They are originally a country that upholds moderation. They have never had an extreme racist in power, and they will not reject the adjusters. So without the influence of Muta'assler of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum and the chaotic oppression of the Atlantic Federation after the assassination, they will definitely immediately stop this enemy or me policy and maintain their national characteristics to continue living. As for the last one," Ito paused and turned to look at Aslan and Kira. "I think Lux will definitely jump out." After hearing this, Kira and Aslan had different reactions. Kira frowned but did not show any dissatisfaction. Aslan, on the other hand, lowered his head and fell silent. "That pink princess?" Mu asked curiously. "Yes." Ito nodded and looked at Aslan. "As far as I know, she seems to be a wanted criminal of plant and is being hunted all over the country." "Yes." Aslan saw Ito looking at him and nodded and admitted in a low voice. "If Patrick Serra is assassinated, then there will be no one in plant who can command the entire situation like him and Siegel Klein. By then, the upper echelons of plant will definitely be in chaos. This will give Lux the opportunity to jump out and use her great popularity among the people at the bottom to gain political support. From there, she will be able to influence the decision of the pro-Klein faction and achieve a certain goal. But all of this is based on the successful assassination." Mu pointed out the crux of the problem. It's possible for one or two or a few people to be assassinated, but for so many of the upper management to be assassinated at the same time, I think it's impossible. Where there's a will, there's nothing impossible for this kind of thing as long as you're willing to do it. Saito shrugged. Okay, I've said what I need to say. You can think about the rest yourselves. After that, he turned and left the bridge, walked back to the garage, sat in the small engineering inspection ship and waited. Not long after, Maureen and Moo appeared in the inspection ship one after another. They started the engine and flew back to Archangel. Your words today have probably destroyed your image in the hearts of Kira and Aubrey. On the way back, Moo smiled at Saito, who was sitting beside him. It's not that it's destroyed. It's just that your words have reached that point, Saito said indifferently. But if we do as you say, it's possible to end the war. Moo sighed. But I guess they won't agree to it, Saito said. Well, Moo shrugged and said. He also knew that among Aubrey's group, except for Erica Simmons, who he couldn't see clearly, Kisaka was completely obedient to Carrie. And Carrie was a little girl with a strong sense of justice. It was certainly impossible for her to listen to Saito's suggestion, so it was most likely that this matter would not be known in the end. The distance between the two ships was not far, so soon, the small inspection ship returned to Archangel. Then the three people walked out of the cabin and returned to the bridge, changing the destination of their journey to the L4 Colonial Satellite Group. You shouldn't have said that today. In the captain's lounge, Maureen looked at Saito and asked, I have to say it. You know, we are also participants now. I don't want you, me, and the people on Archangel to be in danger because of the ideals of those people. Saito spread his hands and said to Maureen, You can't say that. After all, Master Naomi. Maureen frowned. That's why I admire Naomi. Itomori walked to Marlia's side and sat down. He chuckled and said, It's just a few simple rhetorical questions and a few philosophical words, and you're already fooled into fighting for his ideals. This method is really, don't say that. Maureen looked at Saito with dissatisfaction. Well, it's his charisma that infected you and made you willing to fight for his ideals. Saito reached out and grabbed Maureen's hand and laughed. Don't be so cheeky. Don't you think Master Naomi is right? What is the meaning of this war, why are we fighting, and who should we fight against? Maureen looked at Saito seriously and asked. Half right, half wrong. Saito put away his smile and looked at Maureen with the same seriousness. Maureen, you're not a child anymore. You should know that war is always a continuation of politics. Politics is a method to gain benefit. Before you start the war, there's no need to think about the meaning of war. As for why we're fighting, the answer is simple. When we're soldiers, we fight for our country. When we're individuals, we fight for our loved ones. When we're individuals, we fight for ourselves. In the end, what should we fight against? The answer is also simple. Everyone who wants to destroy the happiness of us and our loved ones, as well as our right to live, is our target and enemy. I understand. Hearing Saito's explanation, Maureen lowered her head and fell silent for a while before speaking in a heavy tone. Okay, don't always think so much, it will make your life very tiring. Ito Ching pulled Margaret into his arms and hugged her, gently stroking her back and comforting her softly. Maureen leaned in Saito's arms with her eyes closed. Also, when the war is over, you will leave with me. Saito took the opportunity to say, Okay. For the first time, Maureen agreed without hesitation. It's a deal. After the war is over, you will leave with me. Saito looked down at Maureen in his arms and smiled. It's a deal. Maureen agreed. That's good. Saito chuckled, lowered his head and kissed Maureen's lip. Their lips and tongues intertwined. After a while, Saito let go of Maureen and chatted with her in the lounge for a while. Then he got up and left the captain's lounge and returned to his dormitory to rest. What followed was a 12-day-long space voyage. The two ships, Archangel and Kusanagi, finally arrived at the L4 Colonial Satellite Group on June 30, CE 71. They stopped at one of the abandoned satellites called Mendel, that was still in operation. Then on the next day, July 1st, after a night of rest, Aslan applied for a small single-person shuttle from Maureen. Then he was escorted by the Gundam driven by Kira to the edge of the Zaft border military fortress, Yakin Duwe. He left the Gundam's protection and flew to the plant alone. He was ready to meet his father, Patrick Serra, to solve the confusion in his heart. However, the Gundam that escorted him did not leave. Instead, it went to the vicinity of Yakin Duwe every day to wait for Aslan's return. Just like this, time turned again to July 5th. A high-speed pink battleship suddenly appeared near Yakin Duwe and was intercepted by the Zaf. Kira, who did not want to meddle, immediately activated the Gundam to join the rescue after hearing the female voice from the broadcast. He then led the pink battleship Eternity, that was out of the Zaf's control back to Mendel, and merged with Archangel and Kusanagi. Chapter 394. Then, everyone saw the former Desert Tiger, Andy Baltfield, and Lakis Klein, who were blinded in one eye, disembarking from the Eternity, as well as some soldiers in Zaft military uniforms. It's our first time meeting. Isn't it strange to say that? After getting off the boat, Andy Baltfield said to Margaret in front of him, "I'm Andy Baltfield." "I'm Margot Lamias," Margot said solemnly as she saluted. Then, her expression changed as she said with a smile, "But I was really shocked." "Everyone was, right, young man?" Andy Baltfield said to Marlene. He then turned to Kira, who had a guilty look on his face, and said with a smile, "You have a reason to kill me," Kira said solemnly. "On the battlefield, everyone has a reason, and no one has a reason," Andy said softly with his eyes closed. "Thank you." Kira lowered his head slightly and said softly with a mix of gratitude and guilt in his heart. Then, the two groups of people exchanged pleasantries in the harbor for a while before returning to their battleships and continuing with their work. Later, Andy Baltfield and Lakis, who had finished settling the personnel, came to the Archangel to discuss current affairs with Aubrey's Kasaka and Carrie, as well as Margot, Mu, and Sei To on the Archangel. "Is the current problem still on the moon? I heard that the Earth Army is constantly sending troops up from the recaptured Victoria City." Lux was wearing a white sleeveless windbreaker with a light purple long-sleeved top and a short skirt. Her long pink hair, except for a small portion that was braided into a braid at the back of her head to act as a hairband, was cascading down her back naturally. She spoke softly with a solemn expression. "They want to launch an all-out attack on Plant, right?" Margot guessed. "There are plenty of people who are determined to plot against Plant. For the sake of the blue and peaceful world?" Andy Baltfield said in a mocking tone. Margot, who heard his words, immediately thought of something bad, and her expression turned ugly. "Stop it," Mu said in a deep voice. "I didn't say that," Andy Baltfield said with a shrug. "Although this is the truth." Mu sighed helplessly. Why attack the regulator for the sake of the blue and peaceful world? Although he didn't know what the blue and peaceful world was like, from Plant's perspective, he naturally couldn't sit still when he was attacked for such a ridiculous reason. However, the higher-ups of Plant have long treated the Naturals as obstacles. Of course, they will defend and counterattack. In order to prevent the same thing from happening a second time, how long will this continue? Andy Baltfield sighed like a philosopher of life. What a cruel era! Malu reached out and put her hand on Sei Ito's shoulder. She leaned against him and said in a heavy tone. Seeing this, Sei Ito reached out and gently patted the back of Margot's hand on his shoulder, silently comforting her. But the ones who caused it and stopped it were us humans. No matter when, there were countless people who had the same thoughts as us, wanting to create an era that wasn't as cruel as this one. Lakis turned to look at Kira with a smile. Utopia. Seito sighed. No, I just want to end the war and let everyone live happily in a world. Hearing Seito's description, Lakis turned to look at him and explained. Well. Itose shrugged his shoulders and didn't comment on this. Then, after a simple discussion, the people in charge of the 3 ships who had decided on their future actions returned to their respective warships and began to prepare for the war. Because the SS Eternity was a transport ship dedicated to the 2 Gundams of Freedom and Justice, the 2 planes that had been staying in the Archangel were transferred to the SS Eternity, leaving only Seito's Heresy Gundam, Mu's Assault Gundam, and Diego's Storm Gundam stationed in the Archangel. Just like that, a week passed in the blink of an eye, and it was July 15, CE 71. On this day, just as Seito was piloting the Heresy Gundam to help the SS Eternity replenish its ammunition, a series of urgent sirens sounded in the port where the 3 ships were parked. At the same time, the announcement of all personnel first combat equipment immediately appeared in everyone's ears, summoning everyone to return to their respective warships and prepare to attack. But at this moment, a violent tremor came from the colonial satellite Mendel's body, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable. Then, when the tremor stopped, the Archangel, which was already prepared, flew out of the port and into the universe, flying towards the unknown warship detected by the radar. At the next moment, a communication was suddenly transmitted from the full-wave communication channel. The female voice in the communication said in a sonorous tone, "This is the Earth Alliance Army's space battleship, Angel. Can you hear me, Archangel? I demand that your ship, which is a defector ship, immediately surrender unconditionally. If you don't comply with the order, your ship will be destroyed." After a pause, the female voice, which was Natal Bajilialu, continued. At this time, the distance between the 2 warships was close enough for a video call, and then Bajilialu in military uniform appeared on the optical screen of the Archangel bridge. "Long time no see, Captain Ramis," Bajilialu greeted. "Yeah," Marlene said. "I'm sorry to see you again in this form," Bajilialu said in a slightly lower voice. "Yeah." Marlene sighed. "I've heard about what happened in Alaska, but in any case, please surrender first, and then talk to the military's upper echelons. Although my words may not be useful, I will defend you," Bajilialu said. "I believe you are very clear about the performance of my ship." "Natal, thank you." Marlene's tone was sincere, and then her voice was decisive and straightforward. "But we can't do this, not only because of what happened in Alaska, but also because we have doubts about the Earth Alliance Army itself. Therefore, we will not surrender or return to the team." Just when Bajilialu was shocked by Marlene's decision, a male voice suddenly appeared on the full-wave communication channel. "Ha ha ha ha, I thought you wanted to do something? I really admire you, Captain," the male voice said. "If the problem could be solved by dialogue alone, there would be no war in this world. It's because you can't understand that you become an enemy, and then the enemy must be eliminated." Director Azrael. Hearing this, Bucky Lulu cried out emotionally. "Disaster, prohibition, sudden attack, Gundam attack." Azrael ignored Bajilialu and ordered, then continued on the communication channel, "Archangel, the unsinkable ship, let me end your myth today." Following Azrael's words, 3 new Gundams of the Earth Army and more than a dozen mass-produced MS immediately flew out of the 2 ejection ports at the front of the Archangel and attacked the Archangel at high speed. Correspondingly, Kira's Freedom Gundam, Mu's Assault Gundam, and Seito's Heresy Gundam also flew out of the Archangel to meet them. But this was not the end. The Justice Gundam and the Storm Gundam also flew out of the Archangel to meet the Earth Army. Heresy Gundam and Assault Gundam reinforced the Archangel. Immediately afterward, Marlene's order sounded in the Heresy Gundam driven by Seito. "Got it," Seito responded, then drove the Heresy Gundam to hover near the Archangel and fired a beam gun at the Earth Army's mass-produced MS that approached. Space battles were not like those on Earth. When firing laser beams on Earth, one had to consider the influence of other factors such as gravity, atmospheric refraction, and so on. Although there were many factors, they could basically be corrected by human senses and the naked eye. But it was different in space. Because of the space environment, when looking at things, it would often cause an optical illusion of blurry far away but clear near. It was difficult to determine the specific location of an object, and those who could quickly determine the location of an object were the true elites on the space battlefield. Among all the natural combatants in the Gundam world, there were only 16 people who truly reached the elite standard, including Sei Ito and Mu. And 14 of them had already died in the Moon War. The only one who survived, Mu, received the title Eagle of Antimon in that war. It was clear how rare the elites in space battles were. Therefore, although these Earth Army's MS overwhelmed Sei Ito and the others in terms of numbers, they were all noobs in a real battle. But even so, after eliminating the 2 Gundams of Freedom and Justice that were restrained by the 3 Gundams of Forbidden, Calamity, and Ambush, the Earth Army's MS still had a certain advantage in terms of numbers. In addition, as the captain, Bukiliala's excellent warship commanding ability and the powerful artillery fire of the Archangel, so even with the protection of Sei Ito and the others, the Archangel still suffered a certain degree of damage. But after fighting for a while, the Ambush Gundam, which was fighting with the Earth Army's MS, suddenly stopped and then rushed toward Mendel without saying anything. "Is Kreutzer here?" Seeing the Ambush Gundam's action, Sei Ito could roughly guess the reason, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He still guarded near the Archangel and fought with the Earth Army's MS. After a pause, the Storm Gundam quickly caught up with the Ambush Gundam and rushed toward the rear of Mendel. At the same time, the Grass Razor, which had flown out of the spaceport of Mendel since the beginning of the battle but was entangled by the space garbage in the surrounding gravel belt, finally cut off the thick steel cable shackling the ship with the unremitting efforts of an M1. It broke free and flew toward the battlefield where the Archangel and the Archangel were fighting at full speed. Then, because of the addition of the Grass Razor and the fact that the energy of the 3 Gundams of Forbidden, Calamity, and Ambush was about to run out, the Archangel immediately sent out a retreat signal and then took the 3 Gundams that returned to the ship and quickly left the battlefield. Then, the Archangel and the Grass Razor that ended the battle each took back their Gundams and returned to the spaceport of Mendel to stop. What followed was a long wait of more than an hour. Even if the Archangel attacked again, the Ambush Gundam, Freedom Gundam, and Storm Gundam that went to investigate the rear still did not return. "Please, Sei Ito." When the battle started again, Margot said with a solemn expression. "Got it." Sei Ito nodded with a solemn expression. Then, he piloted the Heretic Gundam out of the Archangel and faced the 3 Gundams of Forbidden, Calamity, and Ambush together with the Justice Gundam that stayed behind. "Aslan, leave the one with the cannons to me." After arriving at the battlefield, Sei Ito said in the comms channel. "Okay." Aslan replied and controlled the Justice Gundam to force back the 2 Gundams of Forbidden and Ambush, separating the Calamity Gundams and the Heretic Gundams. Seeing that Aslan had completed the interception, Sei Ito did not hesitate. The thrusters on his back lit up, and he quickly approached the Calamity Gundam. The Calamity Gundam might have recalled what happened on Earth and immediately gave up on attacking the Justice Gundam. Instead, it raised its cannons and fired at the Heretic Gundam. 4 crimson, bright yellow, and emerald green energy beams instantly shot out from the Calamity Gundam's 2 shoulder cannons and shot toward the Heretic Gundam. As the target, the Heretic Gundam immediately moved to the side and dodged the attack. At the same time, it fired back at the Calamity Gundam. The Calamity Gundam's reaction was not weak either. it pushed forward and dodged the heretic's attack before shooting back. Just like that, the two mechas shot at each other in space. However, as a turret-type disaster Gundam, it was not as agile as the Heresy Gundam in the universe. Therefore, it did not take long for Itose, who was still closing in under the bombardment of cannons, to get close to it and destroy the linear cannon in his hand with a shot at close range. Then, the Heretic Gundam suddenly crouched down and dodged the two crimson cannons fired from the Calamity Gundam's shoulder cannons. Then, it controlled its body to perform a Muay Thai double knee strike. The Heretic Gundam's two elbows and left knee landed on the Calamity Gundam's chest and head at the same time. In particular, the elbow strike that landed on the head instantly destroyed the Calamity Gundam's automatic locking system, making it so that it could only rely on its naked eye to determine the location of the object when it fired the laser beam. As for the knee strike on the chest, it did not leave much of a mark because the deck had been specially thickened to protect the cockpit. Ito, who had controlled the Heretic Gundam to complete the knee strike in Muay Thai, suddenly stomped on the pagoda, causing the thrusters on the Heretic Gundam's back to light up. It pushed the Heretic Gundam directly onto the Calamity Gundam's body and landed on the back of the Calamity Gundam. Then, he retracted his arms that were still holding onto the Calamity Gundam's shoulders. At the same time, the body of the Gundam bent down and made a rear projection pose. Then, the Calamity Gundam was thrown like a big toy toward the two Gundams. At the same time, the Heretic Gundam raised the beam gun in its hand and fired at the Calamity Gundam that was flying toward the other two Gundams. Chapter 395. Whoosh! The beam instantly broke through the space between the Heresy Gundam and the Calamity Gundam and landed on the left shoulder of the Calamity Gundam, which was barely dodging the attack, causing a violent explosion. Following that, the Calamity Gundam's left arm was immediately detached from the body of the Calamity Gundam and flew everywhere like a piece of trash. Following that, Ito once again raised his gun and fired at the Calamity Gundam. However, at this time, the pilot of the Calamity Gundam had completely regained control of the body from the inertia of the body being thrown away. He immediately controlled the body to dodge to the side and dodged the Heresy Gundam's shot. Then, he relied on the two remaining linear cannons on his shoulder to counterattack. As expected, compared to this kind of shooting where the distance is constantly being pulled apart and there's no thrill in it, a physical fight is much more enjoyable, Ito thought to himself as he controlled the Heresy Gundam to dodge the Crimson Beam attack. At this time, a pale white flame suddenly flew out from Mendel's spaceport, flying towards the battlefield with extreme speed. Then, the figure of the Freedom Gundam appeared in front of everyone's eyes, heading straight for the Justice Gundam's Prohibition and Rapid Assault Gundam that were besieging it. The moment the Freedom Gundam arrived on the battlefield, the Storm Gundam's figure also appeared on the battlefield and used its linear cannons to fire at the Calamity Gundam. However, the beam that it shot out was immediately blocked by the Prohibition Gundam that suddenly appeared in front of the Calamity Gundam. The huge shield on the Prohibition Gundam's shoulders distorted the beam field and refracted the beam away. However, with the addition of the Freedom Gundam and the Storm Gundam, as well as the Calamity Gundam that was crippled by the Heresy Gundam, Ito's side, which was originally suppressed due to the number of airframes, immediately gained the upper hand and suppressed the Prohibition Gundam, Calamity Gundam, and Haste Gundam. However, not long after they gained the upper hand, the three Nazca-class warships of the Zaft suddenly appeared on the battlefield and unleashed a large number of MS attacks toward the Archangel, Grass Razor, and Eternity. On the other side, Kusanagi and SS Eternity turned around at the same time to face Zaft's three Nazca-class warships and a large number of MS-class warship. Archangel then faced off against the main Angel alone. At this time, the Storm Gundam also noticed the arrival of the Dual Gundam along with the Zaft troop. It immediately stopped attacking the three Gundams and turned around to face the Dual Gundam and started fighting with it. with Zaf's 3 battleships and a large number of MS fighters joining the battle, the battlefield became a complete mess. A large number of laser beams shuttled back and forth in the universe, occasionally hitting a mech and destroying it. Just as Margaret, Kisaka, and Andy Baltfield were discussing how to concentrate their firepower on the Nazca-class warship Wasarius to break out of the encirclement, a female voice suddenly rang through the entire battlefield and everyone's comms channel. Archangel! Archangel, it's me. I'm here. I'm Flay Allstar. In the International Rescue Channel, Free Alsta said frantically with a sobbing tone, "It's me, Captain Say. Don't fight, don't fight." As Flay's voice appeared in the communication channel, the Freedom Gundam suddenly came to a stop. This allowed the Gundams of Prohibition, Calamity, and Rapid Assault that were originally unable to retaliate under the pressure of the Heresy, Justice, and Freedom Gundams were immediately given a chance to catch their breath. They forced the Justice and Heresy Gundams in front of them away and bombarded the Freedom Gundam that had come to a stop. Fortunately, although Kira was stunned, the PS phase transfer armor was still in effect. It didn't destroy the Freedom Gundam in the attack and saved his life. Key. I have the key to end the war. After a pause, Flay's voice once again sounded from the International Rescue Channel. So I beg you. At this time, the half-crippled Disaster Gundam seemed to have received some kind of instruction. It suddenly broke away from the battle between the 6 Gundams and quickly flew toward the rescue cabin Flay was in. Kira, who suddenly turned around, hurriedly piloted the Freedom Gundam and chased after the Disaster Gundam. But even so, Kira still seemed to be somewhat abnormal. Soon, half of the Freedom Gundam's head was destroyed by the energy beam from the Heresy Gundam's mouth. Then, the remaining half of the Freedom Gundam's head was smashed away by the Heresy Gundam. If it weren't for the Justice and Heresy Gundams quickly arriving, the Freedom Gundam would have been captured by the Heresy Gundam. Flay. After the rescue cabin Flay was rescued by the Disaster Gundam, Kira returned to his senses and shouted in the International Rescue Channel. But at this time, the Archangel had already sent out the retreat signal. Even though he desperately piloted the damaged Freedom Gundam to the main sky to rescue Flay, how could he succeed with his damaged body and absent-minded state? So, he was intercepted by the Heresy Gundam and the Heresy Gundam Midway and was rescued by the Justice Gundam. Then, they returned to the Archangel together with the Storm Gundam and the Heresy Gundam. At this time, the Grass Razor and the Eternity had also finished breaking through the Zaf Nazca-class warship Wisarius. They forcibly passed through the path the Wisarius had been forced to open. Then, together with the Archangel, they headed toward the depths of the universe. Not long after they passed through, the Wisarius, which was being attacked by the Grass Razor and the Eternity with all their strength, suddenly exploded. A blazing white light more dazzling than the sun appeared in the universe, illuminating the pitch-black space around the battlefield. After the Archangel left the battlefield, the 4 Gundams parked outside the Archangel split into 2 groups and returned to the Archangel and the Eternity to settle down. The sensor door opened and Seito, dressed in his military uniform, stepped into the infirmary. Seito walked into the infirmary and asked Mu, who was lying on the bed with a sorrowful face, "How are you?" "Thank you, I'm fine," Mu turned to Seito and said. Seito walked to Mu's bedside, looked down at his injuries, and nodded, "Okay." Then, he turned to look at the photo album in Margot's hand and asked, "What is this?" Margot didn't know how to answer. She turned to Mu and asked if he should tell Seito about his situation. "I found it in a human genetic development laboratory inside Mendel." Mu glanced at the photo album in Margot's hand and said softly. Then, he recounted what happened in the human genetic development laboratory. "My father was arrogant, domineering, and very suspicious. He died when I was a child, so I only have this impression of him. But can you believe something like this? Why is it like this? Mu's eyes were filled with tears. He wanted to laugh but couldn't. And it was a failure. The telomeres were too short, causing the cells to age too quickly. It's not your fault, Margot comforted him with a motherly voice. That guy has no past or future. He might not even have a sense of self, Mu said softly. Seeing this, Seito didn't know how to comfort Mu. He reached out and patted his thigh, silently comforting him. So he wants the whole world to die with him? Margot asked softly. I won't let him succeed, Mu clenched his teeth and said with determination. I believe you will succeed. Seito said, then patted Margot, who was sitting next to him, and signaled her to leave with him. Then we won't disturb you. Have a good rest. Margot got up from her seat and said. Okay, thank you for coming to see me. Mu turned his head and thanked Margot and Seito. You're welcome. We are comrades on the same ship. Seito smiled. Then, he nodded to Mu and left the infirmary with Margot. They went to the captain's lounge. I didn't expect Mu and Kreutzer to have such a relationship. On the way to the lounge, Margot sighed softly. Ever since the invention of cloning technology, this kind of thing was destined to happen. It was too far away from us in the past, but now it's very close, Seito said calmly. Indeed. Margot thought for a moment and realized that it was true. By the way, did Straw Razor and Eternity say what they are going to do next? Seito asked. Not yet, but I think it won't be long before they contact us to discuss it. Margot shook her head slightly and speculated. That would be best. Seito nodded. At this time, the two finally arrived outside the captain's lounge. Margot reached out and pressed the small keypad next to the door to open it. She walked in with Seito. What do you want to drink? Is it still plain water? Margot walked into the lounge and walked towards the water dispenser in the room. At the same time, she asked. No, I don't need anything. Seito reached out and grabbed Margot's arm. He shook his head and said. Then, he walked to Margot's side and wrapped his arms around her waist naturally. He carried her to the bed and hugged her as they lay down on the bed together. Since we're in your lounge, we might as well rest here. Just like this, let me hug you to sleep. Seito looked at Margot in his arms and smiled. You're already like this. What else can I say? Margot said unhappily. Haha, Seito chuckled and kissed Margot's forehead. Then, he took off his shoes and hugged her body to the bed. He chose a comfortable position and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Margot felt helpless. She hugged Seito's waist and leaned her head against his chest. She also chose a comfortable position and closed her eyes to rest. Chapter 396. Soon, the two of them fell asleep in this peaceful environment. Until an unknown amount of time later, they were awakened by an urgent electronic beep. What's the matter? Margaret, who was awakened by the beep, let go of Seito, got up from the bed, and walked straight to the communicator. Captain, Miss Lakis just called and invited you to discuss the next plan of action, Mirialia said in a crisp voice. Got it, I'll be right there. Margaret ended the call and turned to look at Seito, who was getting up from the bed and putting on his shoes. Let's go, Seito said after putting on his shoes and getting up from the bed. Then, the two of them walked out of the captain's lounge and went straight to the bridge. At this time, on the optical screen in the bridge, Lakis on SS Eternity, Kisaka, and Carrie on SS Grass Razor had already appeared on it and were talking to each other. Sorry for making you wait. Margaret, who was sitting in the captain's seat, looked up and said to the people on the screen. It's okay, we're the ones who disturbed you, Lakis said. Look at you guys. What's wrong? Have you thought about what to do next? Seito, who was standing next to Margaret, said to the three people on the screen. I'm more or less sure, Kisaka said. We plan to contact my father's old subordinates in plant and the people who still support the idea of Representative Hemi in Auburn. Then, through them, we can contact more peaceful people to achieve the goal of ending the war, Lakis said on the screen. But contacting them will take time. We're in the universe now, and we just lost our base. We can't get any supplies. Do we have the time to contact them? Saito asked. As for supplies, I don't think it'll be a problem. Lakis smiled. Oh. Saito raised his eyebrows and looked at her in surprise. Before contacting you, I've already contacted Teacher Malchier and asked him to help us solve the supply problem, Lakis explained. With Teacher Malchier's help, supplies won't be a problem. Saito nodded. What do you need us to do? Margaret asked. If it's possible, I hope that Captain Lamias can try his best to contact some peacemakers in the Union and get them to work together with us to end this war, Lakis said. I feel that instead of having us contact them, you might as well ask Teacher Malchier for help. Even if it's Aubrey's remnants, it's fine. After all, we are only ordinary soldiers, Saito said. Peace is not something that can be achieved with the efforts of one or two people. It requires everyone to work together, so everyone's strength is indispensable. Besides, as the victims of the Alaska incident, your appeal might be more effective than Teacher Malchier or Aubrey's remnants, Lux retorted. Okay, I understand. Without waiting for Saito to speak, Malu answered with a serious expression. Thank you, Captain Lamias, Lakis thanked him with a smile. Well, since Malu agreed, I naturally won't say anything more. But where are we going now? We can't just float in the universe. Saito shrugged and asked. Why not? Lakis blinked and asked with a cute look. Pretend I didn't say anything. Saito shook his head in astonishment and laughed at himself. After that, the few of them discussed some more details and ended the call. By the way, why is supplies not a problem with Teacher Malchier's help? After the call ended, Malu looked at Saito with a puzzled expression and asked. Teacher Malchier is not a simple person. Saito chuckled meaningfully. As far as I know, he exists in almost all philanthropic industries and important commercial organizations on Earth, and he is very influential. He also secretly funds recycling merchants, mercenaries, and some intelligence organizations. So, don't look at him as an influential borderless religious person on the surface. When it comes to invisible forces on Earth, if he says he is number 2, no one would dare to say they are number 1, not even a blue Persian chrysanthemum. I didn't expect Teacher Malchier's influence to be so great, Malu said with a surprised expression. So, as long as he is willing to help, even if he doesn't show up, just letting the recycling merchants help us transport supplies can solve all our current problems, Saito concluded. If that's the case, why doesn't he show up to end the war? Mirialia, who had been listening to Saito and Malu's conversation, suddenly asked. I don't know. Who knows what he is thinking? Saito turned to Mirialia and shrugged. After that day, Archangel, SS Eternity, and SS Kusanagi began to drift aimlessly in space. All of their supplies had to be completed by recycling merchants like Rachel, who had met Saito once before. After drifting like this for more than 2 months, a piece of information immediately broke everyone out of their leisurely life and returned to a tense state of combat readiness. Then, Archangel, SS Eternity, and SS Kusanagi started their engines at the same time and sped towards the plant. But, to use nuclear weapons, Malu said in surprise during the voyage. There is nothing to be surprised about. After all, there is Joshua's precedent. At this time, after 2 months of recuperation, Mu, who had completely recovered both physically and mentally, said to Malu, "But that bastard." Then, Mu's expression changed, and he cursed in a low voice. So that's what he was talking about. 3 days later, on the 26th of September, after 3 days of non-stop high-speed flight, Archangel, SS Eternity, and SS Kusanagi finally arrived near the plant. But at this time, the Earth Army had already launched an attack on the plant. Don't let even one of the nuclear bombs hit the plant. Before they were about to enter the battlefield between Plant and the Earth's army, Lux's voice sounded from the 3 battleships at the same time. She said in a sonorous tone, "Stabbing this blade of light into the heads of innocent people will only summon endless tears and hatred." Then, the Freedom Gundam, the Justice Gundam, the Assault Gundam, the Heretic Gundam, and the Storm Gundam flew out of Archangel and SS Eternity one after another and sped towards the battlefield between the plant and the Earth Army. Just as the Earth Army released the unmanned nuclear missile launcher called the Peace Pioneer and fired the nuclear bombs at the plant, the Freedom and Justice Gundams equipped with the Direct Special Force Enhancement equipment, Meteor, suddenly broke into the battlefield. They opened all the weapon launchers on the Meteor and the Gundams and fired at the densely packed nuclear bombs flying towards the plant. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of explosions erupted in space not far from the plant, emitting a beautiful pink light that appeared in space and covered the entire area in front of the plant. "What a beautiful sight," Seito, who had just arrived at the battlefield, whispered as he looked at the beautiful scene after the nuclear bombs exploded. "Earth Army, please stop the attack immediately." At this time, Lux's voice rang out again in the full-wave communication channel. "Do you really know what you're using? If talking could stop a war, then there wouldn't be a need for soldiers in this world." So after Lux's shout, the Earth Army simply fired another nuclear bomb at the plant. The Zaft Army, who was prepared, naturally wouldn't just watch as the nuclear bombs landed on their homes. They all fired with all their might to block the nuclear bombs. A moment later, the Zaft Army, who had been fighting with the Earth Army all this time, inexplicably retreated, opening up a large space. The Genesis is about to be launched. Seeing the Zaft Army's actions, Seito instantly knew why they were doing this. So he controlled the Heretic Gundam to immediately stop and turned around to chase after the Zaft Army to the side. Not long after the Zaft Army retreated, a powerful beam of scarlet energy suddenly shot out from the direction of the plant's border fortress Yakin Duway. It traversed the entire battlefield and shot towards the distant depths of space. But in the path of the beam, the Earth Army and warships that were hit by the beam of light immediately exploded violently. Boom, 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 boom. Countless explosions immediately occurred within the beam of light, and a pink fireball appeared within the beam of light. The powerful energy beam lasted for more than 10 seconds. After the energy beam disappeared, all the Earth Army and warships that were originally in the path of the beam of light disappeared, leaving behind a large stretch of wreckage and trash that stretched for miles in space. With just this one attack, the Earth Army lost nearly half of their forces, temporarily losing the ability to fight again. So this is the Genesis. Sitting in the cockpit of the Heretic Gundam, Seito narrowed his eyes at the tragic scene presented on the optical screen and thought to himself. Similarly, the surviving members of the Earth Army and the Zaft Army, as well as the people on the 3 ships Archangel, Eternity, and Grass Razor, who witnessed the tragic scene at this time, were all dumbfounded. They stared at the scene on the screen in shock, and remained silent for a long time. But soon, the Zaft Army came back to their senses, organized their troops, and launched an attack on the remaining Earth Army that had lost the will to fight. And Kira, who was also awakened by the attack, immediately drove the Freedom Gundam into the battlefield to stop the Zaft Army from pursuing the Earth Army that had lost the will to fight. After seeing Kira's behavior, Aslan also struggled internally for a moment. Then, he drove the Justice Gundam into the battlefield to help the Freedom Gundam block the attack of the Zaft Army, allowing the Earth Army to smoothly retreat to the warships. Chapter 397. A moment later, when all the Earth troops had successfully returned to the fleet and retreated with the fleet, the people who had completed their mission piloted their respective Gundams back to Archangel and SS Eternity to resupply. At the same time, the people in charge of the 3 ships that had flown back into the nearby asteroid belt and hidden themselves came to the bridge of SS Eternity one after another to discuss the genesis. As for Seito, who had returned to Archangel, he rested for a short while before returning to the garage. He floated in front of the heretical Gundam and placed one hand on the surface of the Gundam. He released his mental strength and, like a scanner, inspected the Gundam layer by layer. After all, the heretical Gundam hadn't been repaired by the Archangel's maintenance team since the start of the battle. Although he was confident that the Gundam should be fine, he couldn't withstand the intense battle that was about to come. Seito, who didn't want to lose his life because of some minor issues, naturally had to ensure that the Gundam's body was in perfect condition. "What are you doing?" Mu, who had arrived at some point in time, asked curiously as he looked at Seito, who was floating in midair with his eyes closed, with his palm pressed against the surface of the Gundam. "Inspecting the body," Seito said calmly without any change in expression. "You can inspect the body like this?" Mu turned to look at Kejiro Madoc, the captain of the maintenance team, and asked with a puzzled expression. The latter shrugged, indicating that he didn't know what Seito was up to. "This is my special method," Seito explained casually. "All right then, I won't disturb you from inspecting the body." Mu shrugged nonchalantly and floated to the side of the assault Gundam with Madoc. He began to discuss with Madoc the problems he had encountered while operating the Gundam. After a moment, Seito opened his eyes and sighed inwardly. "If I hadn't inspected it, I wouldn't have known that there are so many fine cracks on the exterior of the Gundam's armor. If the assault Gundam were to really attack it, it would probably take at most 2 hammer blows to shatter the armor." Then, without wasting any time, he used his mental energy to set up an alchemy formation on the cracks on the Gundam's armor. He then activated the alchemy formation and repaired the hair-thin crack. Done. After a while, Seito exhaled softly and muttered to himself. "Are you done with your inspection?" Mu asked curiously when he saw Seito descending from the Gundam. "Yes, I'm done. What about you?" Seito, who had landed on the ground, turned to look at Mu and asked. "It's just the beginning. There's still work to be done." Mu shook his head helplessly. "Then I won't disturb you. I'll go back and rest first." Seito smiled. "See you later," Mu said. "See you later," Seito replied with a nod. Then, he stomped on the ground and floated out of the garage. Then, he held onto the track ladder inside the ship and returned to his lounge. He sat down and rested. Although he didn't use much mental energy during the inspection and repair, for the upcoming battle, every bit of mental energy was necessary. After all, on the battlefield, especially on a space battlefield with the lowest safety factor, Seito didn't have much sense of security. When the time came, he might have to use his mental energy to save his life. The next day, which was September 27th, CE 71, after more than 10 hours of rest and preparation, the Earth Army didn't wait for the rear support to arrive and the existing forces to suffer heavy losses. They reorganized the remaining forces and advanced toward the plant territory, ready to launch another attack. All ships, prepare to attack. I repeat, all ships, prepare to attack. At the same time, Archangel, SS Eternity, and SS Grass Razor that discovered the Earth Army's movements sounded at the same time. "They're here." Hearing the announcement, Seito opened his eyes, got up from the bed, left the lounge, and quickly went to the locker room to change into a protective suit. Then, he rushed to the garage and floated toward the Gundam's cockpit. But not long after Seito sat in the Gundam's cockpit, an external communication prompt automatically popped up from the gray optical screen. Then, Margot in a military uniform appeared on the screen. Seeing this, Seito took off his helmet, opened the cockpit, and quickly rushed out. I thought I wouldn't be able to make it. Margot looked at Seito standing in front of her in a pilot's protective suit and said with a smile, "Without your order, how could I leave?" Seito chuckled. Then Seito saw another necklace under Margot's loosened collar that flew out with the crystal pendant necklace he gave her. He reached out and grabbed it. "He used to be a pilot?" Seito asked. "Uh-huh." Margot turned her head slightly and responded in a low voice. "Pay attention, I'll show you a magic trick." Seito smiled slightly and reached out to take the necklace and the crystal pendant necklace he gave her. He held them in his hands and said to Margot. Then, under the latter's slightly curious gaze, several blue electric arcs flashed between his hands. After the electric arcs disappeared, he opened his hands and put a new pendant necklace that combined the two necklaces in front of Margot. This way, you don't have to wear two necklaces at the same time in the future. Seito flicked the necklace pendant that had turned into a crystal material and chuckled. This. Margot looked at the necklace floating around her neck in shock and was speechless. "When the war is over, I'll tell you how I did it." Seito reached out and hugged Margot's waist, then lowered his head and kissed Margot's lip. The latter closed her eyes naturally and kissed Seito deeply. "Don't forget, when the war is over, you have to come with me." Seito, who let go of Margot, reached out and caressed her cheek. I'll wait for you to come back." Margot nodded slightly and replied with a gentle face. "Well, you can wait for the news of victory on the Archangel." Seito smiled. Then, he gently stepped on the ground and floated back to the cockpit to wait. However, Seito and Margot did not notice that the second half of their intimate process was seen by Mu, who was sitting in the cockpit of the assault Gundam. A touch of sadness flashed across his face, and he remained silent. A moment later, the three ships, Archangel, Eternity, and Grass Razor, finally arrived near the battlefield. Then, Andy Baltfield's order sounded in the Gundam's communicator. "All mech warriors, attack." As Andy Baltfield's order fell, 6 Gundams flew out of the Archangel, the Grass Razor, and the Eternity at high speed towards the battlefield where the two sides were fighting not far away, including the assault driven by Mu, the storm driven by Diego, the heresy driven by Idose, the assault driven by Kaka, the red assault driven by Kira, and the justice driven by Aslan. However, before Seito and the others arrived at the battlefield, the huge energy beam that they had seen before, wrapped in a net of electromagnetic radiation and with a scarlet energy beam inside, once again appeared on the battlefield. It crossed the battlefield where the two armies were fighting and shot towards Earth. After more than 10 seconds, everyone knew where the target of the beam attack was. It was the largest and most important military base of the Earth Army on the Moon, the Tuolimi Space Base. Not only that, when the beam destroyed the Tuolimi Space Base, it also destroyed half of the second support fleet that was rushing towards Plant. Obviously, this attack was precisely calculated. At this time, the Gundams driven by Seito and the others, as well as the 3 ships, Archangel, Eternity, and Grass Razor, also arrived at the battlefield and launched an attack on the Earth Army. Although they had 6 Gundams and 3 powerful battleships, it was still the same old saying. In the face of absolute numbers, a small number of elites could not change the outcome of the entire war. So no matter how hard they tried, they were still dragged into the vast ocean of the People's War. Not to mention destroying the Genesis, which was in the process of changing the reflecting mirror. Even breaking through the Yagan-Due fortress was not easy. Just as they were trying to break through the front line and get closer to Yagan-Due, the Earth Army's main force and command ship, Archangel, and several other warships suddenly turned around and flew towards Plant's territory. Roughly guessing the purpose of Archangel's change of direction, Maul and the others immediately responded. They left Eternity and Grass Razor to continue to assist their Gundams in the battle, while Archangel quickly caught up with Archangel and intercepted it. It's time. Looking at the Archangel that were gradually confronting each other on the screen, Sei-Ito secretly said in his heart. Immediately after, he controlled the Gundams to quickly destroy the Earth Army MS in front of them and then rushed towards Archangel at high speed. Along the way, any body that blocked the path of the Gundams, whether it was the Earth Army's MS, Special Model MS, or Plants MS, all became ghosts under its gun. Under this invincible state of charge, the Gundams finally arrived near Archangel when the two ships began to fight. Sei-Ito, what are you doing? Quickly leave there. As soon as the Gundams appeared near the two ships, Maul's anxious voice immediately came through the communication channel. Don't worry about me, fight however you want, I know what I'm doing. Sei-Ito quickly replied in the communication channel, and then cut off the connection. He nimbly dodged the Archangel's Vulcan cannons and missiles, as well as the stray bullets and attacks from the surrounding warships, and continued to approach Archangel. About 2 minutes later, the Gundams finally passed through the layers of obstacles and arrived at the outer deck of Archangel near the boarding port. They landed in a very hidden blind spot. Then Sei-Ito controlled the Gundams to forcefully break open the boarding port of Archangel. He immediately jumped out of the cockpit of the Gundams and waved his hand to put away the Gundams. Then, he quickly turned around and jumped in next to the boarding port. Then, Sei-Ito quickly rushed toward the bridge of Archangel without stopping. At this moment, Archangel also received news of an intruder and immediately sent out a large number of soldiers to intercept the intruder. However, this motley crew was simply delivering food and experience to Sei-Ito. Therefore, he broke through the Archangel's blockade without stopping and arrived in front of the elevator leading to the bridge. Flay. Just as Sei-Ito was about to open the elevator door in front of him suddenly opened on its own. Then, Flay and several soldiers in white uniforms ran out of the elevator. Captain Sei-Ito? Flay, who was attracted by the shout, immediately saw Sei-Ito standing in front of her. She almost instinctively threw herself at him and cried out in surprise. As for the soldiers beside her, they did not have any fighting spirit at all. Therefore, they did not pay any attention to Sei-Ito, who was clearly an enemy. They only quietly stood to the side and looked at the two of them. Sergeant Alsta, there's not much time left, one of the male soldiers nervously reminded in a low voice. That's right, Captain Sei-Ito, let's leave quickly. Flay grabbed Sei-Ito and prepared to tell him to leave with them. Since you came out from here, you should be the staff of the bridge, right? Why don't I see Nader with you? Sei-Ito asked them. Captain Bajiluru is stopping Chairman Azrael, so... Another male officer said in a low voice. Is that so? Sei-Ito frowned. He raised his hand and pulled Flay's hand away from his arm. Then, he pushed her towards the male officers, turned around and entered the elevator. He said to them, you guys go first. I'll go save Nader. Swoosh, the elevator door immediately closed again, sending Sei-Ito to the bridge. However, although the elevator door opened, another emergency isolation door blocked in front of him. Seeing this, Sei-Ito frowned. He directly took out 2 Gantz pistols and held them in his hands. Then, he fired at the emergency isolation door in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of explosions echoed in the narrow elevator room. Then, a large number of depressions instantly appeared on the emergency isolation door. After a few seconds, the door suddenly burst open, revealing the situation inside the bridge. In the bridge of the Angel, Bajiluru fell to the ground with a painful expression on her face. Her right shoulder, left waist, and left calf were shot once each. Next to her, Azrael, the leader of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum, was quickly typing on the keyboard. At the same time, he shouted with a crazy face, "Go to hell, Archangel!" As soon as Azrael's voice fell, A scarlet energy beam immediately shot out from the muzzle at the front of the angel, aiming at the heavily injured archangel opposite it. Chapter 398. Just when the archangel was about to be hit by the scarlet positron cannon, a broken Gundam suddenly appeared in front of the bridge of the archangel and blocked the bombardment of the positron cannon with its shield. But even so, when the positron cannon disappeared, it also turned into cosmic dust along with the Gundam and disappeared from the eyes of the people on the archangel. Boom! At this time, another loud noise exploded on the emergency isolation door, and then a huge gap large enough for a person to pass through immediately appeared on the already damaged isolation door. Then Sei Ito's figure rushed into the bridge of the archangel through the broken gap. "Who are you?" Azrael, who was awakened from his madness by the loud noise, quickly raised the pistol in his hand and shouted at Sei Ito. "Tensei!" Bucky Lulu called out weakly. At this time, Ito Sei, who had rushed into the bridge, stomped his feet and instantly appeared in front of Azrael. When Azrael instinctively fired in panic, Ito Sei quickly raised his hand and hit Azrael's arm, which was holding the gun, upwards. Then, he reached out and grabbed Azrael's neck. With a twist of his palm, Ito Sei ended his life. Then Sei Ito threw Azrael's body aside, grabbed the CIC communication headset next to him, and sent a message to the Archangel. "Archangel, this is the Archangel, I am Sei Ito," Sei Ito said with a headset in his hand. "Sei Ito." In the next moment, Margot's image appeared on the optical screen diagonally above the bridge of the Archangel, and she exclaimed in surprise. "Okay, Margot, I have taken control of the bridge of the Archangel, but because there is no corresponding operator, I can barely maintain the navigation of the Archangel, but I can no longer continue to fight, so the safety of the Archangel depends on you." Sei Ito first smiled at Margot to comfort her, then told her the current situation. "I see, I will protect the Archangel." Hearing Sei Ito's narration, Margot immediately responded with a serious face. Then her expression changed, and she asked with a face full of concern. "How is Natale?" "Her situation is okay, her life is not in danger for the time being, but she needs emergency treatment, so she can't communicate with you yet." Sei Ito looked at Bucky Lulu, who was sitting on the ground and panting violently. "Do you need me to send someone over?" Margot asked quickly. "No, I can do it for emergency treatment." Ito Sei shook his head and said. Then he smiled at Malu, who looked surprised. "My treatment skills are better than ordinary doctors." "All right then. You treat Nader first. We'll talk later." Margaret knew that Ito Sei wasn't a person who would let things go for no reason, so she didn't doubt him and said immediately, "Okay." Sei Ito agreed, then hung up the communication, threw away the CIC headset in his hand, and quickly floated to Bucky Lulu. He looked at Bucky Lulu and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, it will be fine soon, and I promise there won't be a scar left." "Okay." Bucky Lulu tried to make a smile and whispered, "Bear with the pain," Sei Ito said softly as he reached out and unzipped Bucky Lulu's military uniform, pulled out the white undershirt from the waist of the lower body, and opened the waist to reveal the wound inside. Then, after the wound on Bucky Lulu's waist was exposed, he quickly pulled off the protective suit glove on his hand, and his right palm instantly pierced the wound on Bucky Lulu's waist. Ugh! The sudden sharp pain made Bucky Lulu frown. Her forehead was full of sweat and she groaned. But then, Bucky Lulu's attention was attracted by the incredible scene that happened to her waist, and she forgot the pain. Sei Ito's palm that was inserted into the wound on her waist suddenly lit up with a blazing white light, and then a strange feeling came from the wound on her waist and quickly spread throughout her body. Then the wound grew and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a deformed brass bullet was slowly expelled from the wound and finally floated near the wound. This. Bucky Lulu looked at the wound, which had completely healed except for some bloodstains, and the brass bullet floating next to the wound in shock. She was speechless. Saito ignored Bucky Lulu's shock, but directly reached out and took off the military uniform on Bucky Lulu's upper body from her shoulder, and once again used alchemy to repair the wound on Bucky Lulu's shoulder. After dealing with the wound on her upper body, Saito immediately used his finger as a knife and scratched on Bucky Lulu's left calf. Soon, a small piece of fabric made of the same material as the thick black stockings on Bucky Lulu's leg floated in front of her and Saito, revealing the wound that was still bleeding on Bucky Lulu's leg. Then Saito reached out and clasped Bucky Lulu's wound. "It's done." After a while, after another brass warhead floated to Bucky Lulu's side, Itose said in a low voice. Then he waved his hand and summoned a rejuvenation talisman, activated it, and threw it on Bucky Lulu's body to restore some of her blood. This. Bucky Lulu was still in shock at this time, and she couldn't say a complete sentence at all. "Okay, don't be shocked. You will know these things in the future. Now hurry up and clear your mind and protect the angel with me." Saito reached out and gently stroked Bucky Lulu's cheek, then reminded her with a smile, "But remember not to tell anyone about the methods I used to save you today." After that, he got up and floated to the helmsman's position, then began to pilot the angel. After him, Bucky Lulu, who reluctantly calmed down, also carefully stood up from the ground. She floated to the CIC and stood between the CIC and the radar operating table. She reached out and grabbed the CIC headset next to her and put it on her ear. While contacting the angel, she carefully observed the radar. "Angel, please cover us as we withdraw from the battlefield." Bucky Lulu connected to the angel's communication and said, "Natale, are you okay?" Margaret's image once again appeared on the optical screen of the angel, looking at Bucky Lulu, who was covered in blood, and said in surprise, "Captain Ramis, now is not the time to talk about this. Please help us withdraw from the battlefield." Bucky Lulu repeated, "I understand." Margaret was taken aback at first, then quickly said, Just as the angel assisted the angel to withdraw to the edge of the battlefield, Luxa's voice once again sounded in the full-wave frequency channel. She said, "Zaft Army, please stop launching the Genesis immediately. We have been attacked by nuclear weapons before, and we know the sorrow and pain this will bring. Do we want to repeat the same mistake? Could attacking others heal one's own wounds? Repeating the mistake of pushing innocent people and children to death, is this justice? Do you still not understand what the result of firing at each other will be? Not good. An unknown airframe has appeared 35 meters away." At this time, Bucky Lulu, who was watching the radar, suddenly said to Saito loudly, "At this time, it should be Kreutzer's godly Gundam." Saito frowned and muttered to himself. Then, he quickly jumped up from the helmsman's position and floated down to the gunfire control station while saying to Bucky Lulu, "You take over the piloting of the Angel for the time being. I will control the gunfire. Try not to let the enemy get close to us." "Okay." Bucky Lulu agreed, quickly threw away the headset in her ear, and floated to the helmsman's position. However, as soon as Itose and Baji Lulu finished their handover, the Gundam that seemed to be Divine Will had already appeared beside the Archangel and Dominion Angel. Fortunately, they were not the only warships here. There were also Storm Gundams and Dual Gundams guarding them. However, before they could launch a defensive counterattack, the Godly Gundam was intercepted by the Freedom Gundam that had arrived at some point in time. Then, the two warships fought in the nearby space. However, the Dragon Knight system that the Godly Gundam was equipped with was simply too overpowered. The Storm Gundam accidentally entered the edge of the battlefield where the two warships were fighting and was instantly crippled by the laser beams fired by the rapidly moving Dragon Knights, causing it to lose its ability to fight. Fortunately, there was still a Gundam by its side, which saved it from the cannon fire of the Dragon Cavalry at the critical moment. Although the Storm Gundam had escaped from the battlefield, the Freedom Gundam was unable to do so. It was surrounded and shot by countless laser beams. Very quickly, the laser beams shot out by the Dragon Cavalry destroyed the Freedom Gundam's meteor parts. At the same time, Kira, who was piloting the Freedom Gundam, discovered Flay, who was sitting in the escape ship. Although he did his best to block the Gundam's shot, he failed to defend against the attacks of the Dragon Knights who were scurrying around. In an instant, the escape ship Flay was exploded, turning into a pile of debris. At the same time, Sei Ito suddenly felt a weak spiritual fluctuation appear in the universe. When he followed the spiritual fluctuation, he immediately discovered the source of the spiritual fluctuation. It was Kira piloting the Freedom Gundam. As expected of the strongest regulator, he actually managed to break through to the spiritual level. At this moment, he can be considered a true new human. Sei Ito inwardly thought. At this time, for some unknown reason, the godly Gundam that destroyed the escape ship Flay did not continue to attack the Freedom Gundam. Instead, it turned around and flew in the direction of Yakinduwe. However, the moment the Gundam of God turned around and left, the Freedom Gundam also flew out from the explosion of the escape ship and chased after the Gundam of God, flying towards Yakinduwe at high speed. Chapter 399. When the Gundam reached the vicinity of the Yakinduwe fortress, it immediately released the Dragon Knights to fire at the Genesis and Grass Razor. The powerful Dragon Knights fired many laser beams at the same time, instantly causing the two ships to suffer varying degrees of damage. Fortunately, the Freedom Gundam finally arrived at the scene and stopped the Gundam that was wreaking havoc. At this time, the Freedom Gundam's reaction speed was almost comparable to the Homo evolutus NT ability. It seems that we have nothing to do for the time being. Sei Ito, who was sitting in front of the cannon control console and looking at the battle scene on the Angel's optical screen, said to Bakilyalu, who was piloting the Angel. Bakilyalu responded with a slight sigh of relief. Then Nader, what are you going to do in the future? Sei Ito asked. Hearing Sei Ito's question, Bakilyalu realized how overboard her current behavior was. Not only did she resist the orders of the higher-ups, but she also watched the enemy get killed. In the end, she even helped Sei Ito take control of the Angel. This was tantamount to betraying the military career she was prepared to fight for the rest of her life. At the same time, it also shattered the beliefs in the bottom of her heart. I don't know. Bakilyalu lowered her head slightly. Her face was a mixture of confusion and pain as she said in a low voice. Since you don't know, then after the war is over, how about you leave with me? Sei Ito said in a gentle and soft voice. Anyway, you have nowhere to go, right? Leave with you? The confusion on Bakilyalu's face deepened as she repeated in a murmur. Leave with me. Sei Ito said with certainty. Let me think about it. After a moment, Bakilyalu sighed and looked at Sei Ito with a weak face. Okay. Sei Ito said softly to Bakilyalu, then turned to look at the image on the screen and said, the war may be over. Hearing this, Bakilyalu temporarily suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart and looked up at the image on the optical screen. In the image, a large number of Zaft battleships and MS fleets quickly retreated towards the plant without any will to fight. They completely ignored the Archangel, Eternity, and Grass Razor that were hovering near them, as well as a small number of MS and battleships that were fleeing. Is Zaft giving up on the Yakinduwe stronghold? Bakilyalu said in surprise. Based on the situation, it should be. Sei Ito said. Under the watchful eyes of the people in the 4 Zaft battleship, the retreat lasted until the last MS left Yakinduwe lasted fortress. But even so, the battle was still not over. The Freedom Gundam was still fighting with the Gundam of God. The Justice Gundam and the Assault Gundam also didn't withdraw from Yakinduwe. The main body of the Genesis was still intact, ready to launch at any time. In this somewhat torturous and long wait, more than 10 minutes passed. The Freedom Gundam that had been fighting near the main body of the Genesis suddenly accelerated. Holding a beam spear formed by a combination of two beam swords in its hand, it rushed in front of the Gundam of God. In an instant, the beam spear in its hand pierced near the cockpit of the Gundam of God and came out from the back of the Gundam of God. Then, without stopping, the Freedom Gundam quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, a powerful energy once again gathered inside the main body of the Genesis. In an instant, it turned into a huge energy beam and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it bombarded the back of the Gundam of God that happened to be blocking the path of the beam. In less than 2 seconds, the Gundam of God that was still in its PS phase transfer state was completely melted away. Then, an even more violent explosion fiercely erupted from the inside of the main body of the Genesis. Together with the dazzling pink light produced by the explosion of the Gundam of God, it destroyed the main body of the Genesis and blocked the powerful energy beam that it had just shot out. At the same time, a violent explosion sounded inside the Yakinduwei fortress next to the Genesis. A large amount of smoke and fire spewed out from the ports of the Yakinduwei fortress, destroying all the facilities in the Yakinduwei fortress. Notify the entire Zaft army and the Earth army in this universe. Not long after the explosion of the Yakinduwei fortress and the Genesis, a female voice suddenly came out of the full-wave communication channel. Her tone was solemn as she said, "Now, Plant has begun preparations for the armistice agreement between Plant Management Country and the Earth Army. In addition, Plant's Interim Supreme Council has issued a request to Earth to stop all fighting in this universe." It's over? Hearing the announcement in the communication channel, Bucky Lulu leaned back on the chair and muttered to herself, "It's over." Sei Ito, who had already left the artillery control station when the announcement appeared, floated to Bucky Lulu's side and looked down at her with a smile. "So you have to think about it as soon as possible." "I will." A complicated look flashed across Bucky Lulu's face again as she responded in a low voice. "Sei to Natale." At this time, Margot's image suddenly appeared on the optical screen of the Archangel and said, "We are beginning to evacuate now. Please follow the Archangel closely." "Got it." Sei Ito looked up and said to Margot on the screen. Then the image flashed and returned to the appearance of the universe outside. Sei Ito floated to the helmsman's position and said to Bucky Lulu, "Leave the piloting to me. You should rest first. After all, your body is still a little weak." "Okay." Bucky Lulu obediently got up from her seat, floated to the captain's seat in the center of the bridge, sat down, and closed her eyes to rest. Then Sei Ito operated the Archangel to follow closely beside the Archangel. Together with SS Eternity and SS Kusanagi, they left the battle area and returned to the asteroid belt to hide again. "Okay." After the Archangel stopped, Sei Ito got up from the helmsman's position and floated to Bucky Lulu. After finding that she had fallen asleep, he did not disturb her. He directly floated to the CIC, grabbed the headset, and contacted the Archangel. "Margot, get someone to prepare and suppress the remaining soldiers in the Archangel with me," Sei Ito said to Margot. "Okay, I will get someone to prepare." Margot agreed, then hung up the communication and arranged it. A moment later, she contacted Sei Ito again and said, "It's ready. We are now rushing to the boarding gate of the Archangel." "I know, I will assist you from the inside," Sei Ito replied. "Okay," Margot said. Then, Sei Ito hung up the communication with Margot and opened the broadcast on the ship. "Announce to the crew of the Archangel. Now the Archangel has been officially taken over by us and belongs to the warship under our control. Later, soldiers will disembark for inspection. Please stay in place quietly and do not resist. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." Repeat. After repeating the announcement 3 times, Sei-Ito took off the CIC headset and summoned a light machine gun in his hand. He turned around and walked into the elevator, landed on the next floor, and then stood guard outside the elevator door. Sure enough, soon after, a group of crazed Earth soldiers rushed over with guns in their hand. The moment they saw Sei-Ito guarding the elevator door, they raised their guns and fired. Seeing this, Sei-Ito did not talk nonsense and immediately fired back. If Sei-Ito was just an ordinary soldier, they still had a great chance of recapturing the bridge, but the key was that Sei-Ito was not an ordinary soldier. In this world, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a monster in human skin, so the tragedy of this group of rebels was doomed. It did not take long for them to be eliminated by Sei-Ito in the passage. After them, there were basically no rebels in the Archangel, so the soldiers who came later did not take much time to complete the suppression of the Archangel. They gathered the remaining Earth soldiers in the Archangel and suppressed them in the garage. You really impressed me, Lieutenant Sei-Ito. After a while, Tiger Andy Baltfield, who led the soldiers to suppress the Earth soldiers, walked to Sei-Ito and smiled. When Sei-Ito heard this, he did not pretend to be modest and accepted Andy Baltfield's praise with a smile. Next, the members of the 3 spaceships, who had completely taken over the Archangel, rested in the asteroid belt. Of course, supplies were still provided by the recovery merchants. After all, although Plant expressed their intention to stop the war, the situation on the Earth Alliance's side was still unclear. Therefore, the members of the 3 spaceships, who could not guarantee that the war would end, would still be considered a third party with no benefit. They were always ready to intervene in the war that might break out again. Just like that, the original 3 spaceships and now 4 spaceships drifted in space for more than a month. Finally, they received accurate information from the recycler that delivered the supplies. They knew that the Earth Alliance had agreed to Plant's request for a ceasefire. They began to discuss the details of the ceasefire agreement with Plant. It was just that the discussion had been going on for too long. Seeing that it was going to be year 72, the final version of the armistice agreement was still not out yet. However, after 3 consecutive months of rest and reorganization, it was basically certain that there would not be any more battles, so the 4 warships decided to split up. Among them, SS Eternity directly returned to Plant, using Lux's great influence among the civilians, the military, and the upper echelons to promote the conclusion of the ceasefire agreement as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the 3 spaceships, Archangel, and Kusanagi, returned to Earth. They used the ceasefire and the powerful deterrence of the 3 spaceships to restore OB's independence, thus influencing the Earth Alliance to reach a ceasefire agreement. Chapter 400. Just like that, after another half a month of space travel, the 3 ships finally broke through the atmospheric tipping point and descended towards the territorial waters of OB below. Fortunately, the current authorities of OB approved of Carrie, the daughter of the former representative and the descendant of the 5 great families. She was currently one of the only 2 nomads who had the qualifications to inherit the representative position. Furthermore, the Atlantic Confederation was currently busy with their own affairs, so they did not mobilize their fleet to intercept them outside their territorial waters. This allowed the Archangel, main Archangel, and the disassembled Straw Razor to successfully enter OB's territory. As for why she was one of the only 2 successors, it was because of the representative appointment system of OB. Only the heads of the 5 great families had the qualifications to be the representative. As for people outside of the 5 great families, even if they had outstanding achievements and outstanding talents, they could only become a high-ranking government official at most. However, if they wanted to be the representative, they would have to change their father first. As for the second successor, after the 5 great families in Ob, the only ones who had the qualifications and ability to inherit the representative position were Carrie and Sei Ito's acquaintances, Lund Mina Sahak and Lund Gina Sahak. However, Lund Mina Sahak, due to her efforts, was still captured by the Atlantic Confederation in the end. She went to the colonial satellite Heaven's Guard in the synchronous orbit above Ob and gave up her qualifications to inherit the representative position. Therefore, only Carrie and Lund Mina Sahak were left with the qualifications to inherit the representative position. However, it was worth mentioning that Lund Mina Sahak and the Sahak family she represented were not supporters of Samyura Shar's neutral ideology. Therefore, Lund Mina Sahak was full of disgust towards Carrie, who was also a competitor. Originally, this disgust would not have any practical effect. After all, in the original storyline, after the fall of Ob, Lund Mina secretly piloted the Gundam to attack the Zaft military headquarters. However, he encountered Rachel, a recycler, and Tsong Yunchio of the mercenary group Rattlesnake. Being killed by Tsong Yunchio would not have any effect on Carrie, who had returned to Ob. However, due to Ito Sei's act of stealing 2 experimental Gundams before Heliopolis was destroyed, Rochelle and Tsong Yunchio lost their Gundams. Naturally, they wouldn't have the opportunity to sneak up on Lund Gina Sahak from the Zaft military headquarters and kill him. Instead, they left behind a hidden danger for Kaka. After all, from Lund Gina Sahak's interactions with Ito Sei, it could be seen that Lund Gina Sahak was a complete madman. For the sake of his own ambitions, he would do anything. What are you going to do with the joint army soldiers on the Angel? At this time, Ito Sei was standing on the bridge of the Archangel, watching the Archangel slowly retreat into the secret port of the Slave Island, and asked Maria beside him. Probably just release them. After all, the war has stopped. We are not a proper military organization now, so we don't have the right to deal with captives. She sighed slightly and said, "What does Carrie mean?" Sei Ito asked again. "Probably release them too." She then looked at Sei Ito with a strange expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just want to solve the problem of those soldiers as soon as possible and get a clean angel." Sei Ito shook his head slightly and smiled, then asked, "Do you remember what you promised me before? After the war is over, you will leave with me." "Yes, I remember." She smiled lightly. "Then have you decided what to tell them?" Sei Ito looked at the many members in the bridge and asked softly. "I'm going to tell them after I settle down." She turned her head and looked at the familiar faces around her and said softly, "Okay." Sei Ito nodded and replied. At this time, the Angel finally stopped in the secret port with a slight tremor from the hull. But because of the current regime of Ob, no one planned to leave the warship. They quietly waited for Carrie, Kisaka, and Aslan, who was disguised as Carrie's bodyguard, to negotiate with Ob. "I'll go to Nader and have a look." After everything was settled, Sei Ito said to Maru. "Okay," Maru said. Then Sei Ito turned and left the bridge of the Angel. He walked down the port and walked along the shore to the Angel, which was also docked in the secret port of Slave Island. After a while, he entered the Angel and arrived at the bridge. Swoosh, the sensor door automatically opened in front of Sei Ito. Nader. Sei Ito bypassed the CIC, who was temporarily selected from the soldiers of Grassraiser, and walked to the side of the captain's seat and greeted. "Captain Sei Ito." Bucky Lulu looked up at Sei Ito and called out, "How is it, have you thought about it?" Sei Ito looked into Bucky Lulu's eyes and asked softly. "Yes." Bucky Lulu's face flashed with a complicated expression, but she still said straightforwardly. In front of outsiders, Bucky Lulu has always been a decisive and excellent soldier. "Your decision is?" Sei Ito looked at Bucky Lulu curiously and asked. "After making such a big mistake, I definitely can't go back to the army, and I myself, like Captain Ramis, have doubts about the Alliance army itself, so I don't plan to return to the army. When speaking of this decision, Bucky Lulu's face flashed with a look of pain and sadness, but then Bucky Lulu put away the expression on her face and looked at Saito and said, "I've decided to be with you." When it comes to being together, Bucky Lulu's cheeks immediately became rosy, and her original straightforward tone also changed a little. She looked to the side with a shy look. "Have you really decided? You know, after being with me, you may never see your family again." Saito asked again. "Yes." A look of hesitation flashed on Bucky Lulu's face, then it was replaced by firmness, and she said seriously, "I see." Saito stretched out his hand, stroked Bucky Lulu's cheek, and said softly. Bucky Lulu's face, who was being stroked by his palm, immediately flashed an unnatural look. She lowered her head and blushed. Then there was a long wait. The OB on duty, who they thought would arrive soon, did not appear. It was as if they were forgotten, and no one paid attention to them. Saito, come to the bridge. In the middle of the night, Margaret's voice suddenly came from the communicator in the room, and she said in a serious tone, "Okay." Saito frowned and agreed. Then he hung up the communication, put on his military uniform, and rushed to the bridge. After a while, Saito came to the bridge. "What's wrong?" Saito stepped into the bridge and asked Margaret. "Just now, Director Erica Simmons of the Dawn Society sent a message saying that they are under house arrest by the OB government, and she wants you to rescue them." Margaret looked up at Saito and said with a serious expression, "What is this for?" Saito said in surprise. "According to Director Simmons, it seems to be an order given by someone called Lund Gina Sahak." Margaret also frowned in confusion. "It's him." Hearing Margaret's words, Saito said with a look of realization, "You know this person?" Margaret asked curiously. "Well, the heir of the Sahak family, one of the 5 major families of the OB, a lunatic with an abnormal brain." Saito curled his lips in disdain, then asked Margaret, "Simmons said nothing else, such as where are they now?" She said, "It seems to be in a new government building, but she doesn't know the details." Margaret replied, "I see." Saito nodded slightly and said, "Well, I'll go there and take a look now." "Do you want someone to go with you?" Margaret asked with a worried look. "No, it's troublesome if there are too many people, and they might not be able to help me even if they go there." Saito shook his head slightly. "Then you should be more careful." Margaret looked at Saito with concern. "I know, I will be careful." Saito nodded and promised. Then he turned and walked out of the bridge, left the Archangel, and slowly walked to the outside of the secret port of Slave Island. Stop. Before Saito left the port of Slave Island, 2 armed soldiers suddenly walked out from the side and pointed their guns at Saito. Sure enough, they are also monitoring this place. Seeing the behavior of the 2 soldiers, Saito secretly said in his mind. Then Saito raised his hands, indicating that he was harmless, and stepped back with a smile. After stepping back for a distance, Saito suddenly broke through the space barrier and appeared in front of the 2 soldiers who had just breathed a sigh of relief. In the shocked expression of the 2 soldiers, he quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed their necks, and with a twist, he ended their lives. With 2 muffled sounds, the bodies of the 2 soldiers fell to the ground like broken cloth bags. Then Saito didn't even look at the 2 bodies on the ground. He stepped past them and continued to walk outside. Along the way, Saito encountered a few more waves of interceptions, but they didn't cause him any trouble. He easily broke through their defense and left the secret port of Slave Island. He summoned a sports car and drove toward Obu City at high speed. About 20 minutes later, Saito's sports car finally arrived near the newly built government building. Then Saito drove around the government building a few times. After confirming the surrounding environment, he stopped at a corner of the government building. However, Saito did not immediately get out of the car and enter the government building. Instead, he sat in the car and released his mental power, scanning the government building floor by floor, exploring the place where Carrie and others were imprisoned. Found it. A moment later, Sei-Ito discovered Carrie, who was under house arrest in a small conference room, as well as Erika, Aslan, and Kasaka, who were imprisoned in 3 separate rooms. Now that he had found the imprisoned people, Sei-Ito immediately got out of the car and came to the front of the government building. He used alchemy to decompose a large gap in the wall in front of him, stepped into the building, and quickly walked toward the imprisoned people. Perhaps no one thought that someone would invade the government building, or perhaps the defense of the government building was just that lax, but Sei-Ito did not encounter any obstacles along the way. He easily arrived at the place where the imprisoned people were. There are quite a lot of guards, Sei-Ito thought to himself as he looked at the dozen or so soldiers guarding the corridor. Then, he flipped his hand and summoned 2 smoke bombs. He unlocked them and held them in his hand for a moment. When the smoke began to rapidly form, he immediately threw them into the corridor. Oh no, someone is invading. Sound the alarm. As the smoke from the 2 smoke bombs filled the air, the soldiers on guard immediately became alert. One of the more quick-witted soldiers hurriedly yelled. Immediately after, the sound of an electric bell rang in the entire government building like the sound of a school bell at the end of a class. And at this moment, the smoke had almost dispersed and basically shrouded the entire corridor. Seeing this, Sei-Ito immediately ran out of the corner, rushed into the corridor under the cover of the smoke, and launched an attack on the vigilant soldiers. A moment later, when the concentration of the smoke decreased slightly and the situation in the corridor was vaguely visible, he discovered that the soldiers who were guarding the corridor were all lying on the ground with horrified looks on their faces. After dealing with the soldiers guarding the corridor, Sei-Ito strode to one of the doors, broke the lock, and pushed the door open. Immediately after, the figure of Erika Simmons in the Dawn Society uniform appeared before Sei-Ito's eyes. "Beautiful lady, as per your invitation, I'm here to save you." Sei-Ito walked up to Erika, reached out to grab her right hand, leaned over like a knight, and kissed the back of her hand before getting up with a smile. Erika Simmons looked at Sei-Ito standing in front of her with a complicated expression and asked, "Where are Carrie and the others?" "They are still locked in the room for the time being, waiting for us to rescue them." Sei-Ito released Erika's right hand and chuckled. "After all, compared to them, you are more important to me." Upon hearing this, Erika Simmons's heart skipped a beat, but she still didn't show it on her face. She said anxiously, "Let's go, or we won't be able to escape." After saying that, she ran out of the room. Seeing this, Sei-Ito shrugged and quickly followed. Together with Erika, who picked up the soldiers' weapons on the ground when she ran out of the house, they rescued Carrie, Aslan, and Kasaka, and quickly ran out of the government building with them. Fortunately, several of them were not mediocre. Whether it was their physical fitness or military accomplishments, they were several times stronger than the average person. So, it only took them a minute to rush from the floor where they were imprisoned to the lowest floor, and they ran out from the position where Sei-Ito entered the government building. Chapter 401. The moment Sei-Ito's group of 5 ran out of the gap, 2 thick searchlights shone down and enveloped Sei-Ito's group. They stood out like objects on display. Then, more than 100 fully armed soldiers suddenly ran out of the bushes around the government building and surrounded them. Behind these soldiers, 3 tanks and several armed off-road vehicles slowly drove over. The muzzles on them were all aimed at Sei-Ito's group of 5. "We meet again, civilians." At this moment, a blurry figure stood up from one of the armed off-road vehicles and shouted at Sei-Ito's group through the loudspeaker installed on the vehicle. "Lund Zinasahak," Sei-Ito said with narrowed eyes. Tonight's arrangement was prepared to deal with the remnants of the Ashari family, But I didn't expect that woman Erica to bring you here. What a pleasant surprise, Lund Xenasahak said in a mocking tone. Kisaka, if I kill him, can you control these soldiers? Seito ignored Lund Xenasahak's words. Instead, he turned his face slightly and said to Kisaka, who was protecting Carrie with Aslan and Erica. Probably not. Kisaka glanced at the faces of the soldiers surrounding them and said, Is that so? Then it looks like we'll have to wipe out all the guys here, Seito said calmly. What are you going to do? Carrie asked. Of course it's. Before Seito could finish, Lund Xenasahak spoke again. Erica Simmons, I'll give you a chance now. As long as you can kill Carrie, I promise to let you go and continue to let you be in charge of Dawn Social. Hearing this, Kisaka and Aslan's bodies twitched imperceptibly. They were obviously affected by Lund Xenasahak's words and became wary of Erica. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't agree to it. Erica Simmons knew that she couldn't hesitate at this moment, so she answered loudly almost without any hesitation. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Lund Xenasahak huffed angrily. Originally, I saw that you were still useful and wanted to keep you alive to serve me. Since that's the case, then all of you can die. Fire! As soon as Lund Xenasahak finished speaking, a middle-aged man in an Aubrey uniform beside him immediately ordered loudly, Return to the building. At the same time, Seito reached out to grab Erica Simmons and quickly retreated into the building, while shouting to the trio. At this moment, a burst of intensive gunfire sounded in an instant. Bullets that couldn't be seen by the naked eye immediately hit the position where Ito-sei and the others were standing before. The splashing sparks and shrapnel instantly bounced out in all directions. What do we do now? Aslan asked. What else can we do? Let's fight, Seito said indifferently. Then he suddenly punched the wall beside him, creating a huge crack. Pieces of earth and debris slowly fell from the cracked wall to the ground. Ugh! Aslan looked at Seito's actions in astonishment. He subconsciously muttered in his heart, Is this guy really a natural person? As for Kisaka and Carrie, their reactions weren't any better. They looked at Seito, who was digging out the rubble from the wall with strange expressions, speechless. Erica, on the other hand, didn't say anything. She quietly watched Seito's actions as if she already knew what was going to happen. At this time, Ito-sei had already dug out dozens of irregular pieces of gravel the size of a knuckle from the cracked wall. Holding them in his hand, he carefully moved to the edge of the gap. Then, he suddenly threw the gravel in his hand outwards. After that, he retreated to the side of Kaka and the others without even looking at them. The next moment, a series of screams suddenly sounded outside, causing the originally dense gunfire to stop immediately. Then, Lund Xenasahak's exasperated voice came in. Don't stop, keep shooting. Get the tanks up there as well. Also, inform the soldiers at the front door to enter the government building. Kill them immediately when you see them. Yes, sir. The voice of the soldier who gave the order to shoot came in after Lund Xenasahak. Do you think it's possible that he'll order the tanks to bombard the government building? Seito turned to look at the people around him, whose expressions had changed drastically. If he can't take us down, he definitely will. Erica pondered for a moment and said with certainty, It can't be. Using heavy weapons in our own country's territory. Aslan looked at Erica in surprise. That person can't be inferred by Chongli, Kisaka said with a solemn expression. Why is it like this? Carrie whispered with a pained look on her face. Since the situation here is already like this, let's try to break through from the front door. Seito once again dug out a pile of rubble from the cracked wall and turned to the others. Okay. Carrie and the others nodded and followed Seito with guns in hand, walking toward the front door. Halfway there, they ran into the soldiers who came in to search. Then, without hesitation, both sides immediately attacked each other. Soon, the dozen soldiers in front of them were all killed or injured by Sei-Ito and the others. Then they quickly ran to the soldiers, took off the soldiers' bulletproof vests, and put them on. Then they picked up the soldiers' guns and put them on their back. They took the grenades that they had not used yet and started to break through again. It's just that as they moved forward, the interceptors behind them no longer used guns and grenades to attack them. Instead, they used shoulder-fired anti-tank cannons, which greatly increased the difficulty of breaking through. Damn it! After dodging another anti-tank cannonball, Sei-Ito cursed and got up, smashed the wall next to him with a punch, and stepped in. Carrie and the others looked at each other and followed him in. Then they saw Sei-Ito destroying the wall in front of him like a wall-breaking machine, breaking through the government building horizontally from the room. What a monster! Aslan murmured subconsciously as he watched Sei-Ito's actions. Kisaka and Carrie didn't say anything, but their faces showed that they agreed with Roland's decision. In this way, after about a few minutes, Sei-Ito finally broke through the government building and ran out from the other side of the wall with Carrie and the others. Of course, they were chased by the soldiers in the building along the way, but in the end they were all eliminated by Ito-sei and the others. Then, in order to prevent the other party from guessing the direction of their breakthrough, they deliberately changed the location of their breakthrough twice, and set up traps and fake wall breakers. That was why they did not encounter many soldiers after their breakthrough. They quickly eliminated them and disappeared completely under the cover of night. It was not until more than half an hour later that the 5 of them reappeared in the captain's lounge of the Archangel. What should we do now? Sitting in the main seat, Margaro glanced at Kisaka, Carrie, Aslan, and Erika one by one and asked softly, "If possible, I'd like to ask Captain Sei-Ito to assassinate Lungina Sahak himself. Only by killing him can we solve our current problem." Kisaka looked up at Carrie and said after a moment of silence, "I agree." Erika said in agreement. "Is there no other way?" Carrie asked hesitantly. "I'm afraid there is no other way." Kisaka shook his head slightly. Why is it like this? Aubrey was not like this." Carrie lowered her head, her hands clenched into fists, and asked herself excitedly, "If you don't want Aubrey to continue like this, then take back what belongs to you and change it." Kisaka looked at Carrie and said, "Carrie, there is one thing you may not know. In fact, the Gundam was originally developed in cooperation with the Atlantic Federation under the urging of the Sahak family." Erika suddenly said, "What?" Carrie, Margaro, and Aslan exclaimed at the same time. The Sahak family has always been a family that supports the Federation. They do not agree with Sir Jimmy's philosophy from the bottom of their hearts. They want to overthrow Sir Jimmy and become the representative themselves to realize their ambitions. In order to gain the power to ascend the throne and show their closeness to the Union, they took the initiative to contact the Atlantic Federation and proposed to participate in the Gundam development plan. Erika explained. "These bastards!" Carrie shouted angrily. She finally understood why her father once said that he did not know about the Gundam development plan, but later accepted it. Keeping people like this will only push Aubrey into the abyss and turn the efforts of Jimmy's representative into ashes. Aslan, who was standing aside and talking to Carrie and the others without interrupting, suddenly said, "Indeed." Margaro also agreed. "I understand." Carrie lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Finally, she said in a low voice, then looked up at Sei-Ito, who was standing aside with his arms crossed, and asked with a serious expression, "Lieutenant Sei-Ito, please assassinate Lungina Sahak." Hearing Carrie's request, Sei-Ito first turned his head to look at Erika on the opposite side. Seeing that there was no expression on her face, he turned to look at Margaro. The latter also looked up at him at this time, a look of concern flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Sei-Ito smiled at Margaro to comfort her, then looked at Carrie, who was looking at him with expectant eyes, and nodded slightly. I can promise you. Thank you very much. Carrie thanks sincerely. Chapter 402. But as a condition, I hope to obtain access to all the confidential information of the Dawn Society after this, Sei-Ito said to Kukli. Hearing this, Kisaka and Aslan both frowned at the same time, while Erika's eyes flashed. Mauve looked at Sei-Ito with some confusion but did not ask any questions. Just a look. Kukli asked with a serious expression. Yes, just a look, no backups, I can assure you of this, Sei-Ito said. Okay, I can promise you that, Kukli agreed. Then it's a deal. Sei-Ito put down his crossed arms, walked to Kukli, and extended his hand with a smile. Seeing this, Kukli also got up from her seat and reached out to shake Sei-Ito's hand. Give me the address of Sahak's house, and have your people monitor the whereabouts of Lund Xena Sahak so that I can determine the time of action, Sei-Ito said as he let go of Kukli's hand. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Kisaka nodded. Okay, let me know if it's done. Sei-Ito glanced at Kisaka and nodded. Then everyone except Captain Mauve left the captain's lounge, one after another. Sei-Ito led them to the rooms temporarily assigned to them for rest. But when he sent Erika to her room, Sei-Ito did not leave, but followed Erika into the room. What are you going to do? Do you still want to touch me? Erika said coldly as she looked at Sei-Ito, who followed her into the room. No. Sei-Ito shook his head slightly, then looked at Erika and said, I came to ask you, after I assassinate Lund Xena Sahak and remove Kukli's obstruction, do you want to come with me? Why should I go with you? Erika looked at Sei-Ito with a mocking expression. Because you need me, and I need you. Ito-sei took a step forward and walked up to Erika. He lowered his head slightly and stared into her eyes, saying softly, And I once said that I want to get your man. Do you need me and the person who gets me? A trace of confusion flashed across Erika's face as she muttered to herself. But soon, she came to her senses and took a step back to distance herself from Sei-Ito. She looked at him coldly and said, Do I need you? What a joke. You know very well whether it's funny or not. Besides, I've already done that to you, so how can I let you go? So even if you don't agree in the end, I will still take you away by force. In any case, you don't have any relatives in Aubrey. I believe that you can live anywhere you want. Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes and said with a serious expression, You. Hearing Sei-Ito's simple yet domineering words, Erika was immediately enraged. She pointed at him and shouted, In that case, why are you still asking me? Because I have expectations for you. I hope that you will go with me willingly. Sei-Ito spread his hands and said to Erika, I'm not that despicable, Erika said with a sneer. Sigh, then after this is over, I can only take you away by force. Sei-Ito sighed softly. After that, he turned and walked out of the room. As he walked, he said, I'm leaving this place first. You should also think about it. Don't say those angry words. The door opened automatically in front of Sei-Ito. Then, Sei-Ito stepped out and the door closed again. In the room, Erika stood there in a daze. Thinking that Ito Saigaku had really left without doing anything to her, a complicated emotion flashed across her mind. She fell into a daze. 3 days later, through Kisaka's secret communication, Sei-Ito finally saw Lund Xena Sahak's action record. In other words, if he didn't have any social engagements, he basically stayed in the master bedroom of the Sahak family every night, Sei-Ito said as he looked at Lund Xena Sahak's time record. Yes, at least on the surface. As for whether he left the master bedroom again after returning to the Sahak family, we're not sure, Kisaka said. You're not sure? Sei-Ito frowned slightly. Yes. After all, the Sahak family is one of the 5 major families of Ob. Their internal defenses aren't much worse than the Twilight Society's. That's why we could only get this much, Kisaka said apologetically. Seito casually tossed the white paper in his hand onto the table and looked up at Kisaka. All right then. I'll go to the Sahak family tonight to investigate. If conditions permit, I'll kill him directly. Do you need any help from us? Kisaka's expression changed as he asked in a deep voice. You just need to provide me with a means of transportation back and forth. Nothing else, Seito shook his head and said. Okay, Kisaka agreed. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Okay, Seito said. Kisaka, who had completed his task of transferring the information, nodded politely to Seito, then turned and left Seito's lounge, disappearing behind the sensor door. After that, there was nothing to do. After about 10 hours, when it was 10 o'clock, Seito finally left the Archangel. He got into the car that Kisaka's men had prepared for him at the port and sped towards the Sahak family in the core area of Ob. At this time, Ob was still in the post-war reconstruction stage. Even after half a year of recovery, there were still very few vehicles at night. Therefore, Seito, who could drive as fast as he wanted, quickly drove into the core area of Ob and arrived at the Sahak family's residence. The Sahak family lived up to its name as one of the 5 major families of Ob. Its area alone was extraordinarily large. It was backed by a mountain, with forests on both sides, a lawn in the front yard, and a fountain in the center. A huge European-style villa comparable to the Ob government building was located in the center of the courtyard. It was surrounded by a wall made of marble, and there was only a black iron gate with roses and vines as the entrance and exit. Seito stopped the car at a secret location not far from the Sahak family, got out of the car, and approached the Sahak family's courtyard. After a short moment, Seito stopped outside the Sahak family's courtyard. He carefully inspected the wall to see if there was anything strange about it. After discovering that it was just an ordinary wall, he quickly leaped up the wall and flipped over into the Sahak family's courtyard. Then, he carefully sneaked towards the central villa. Perhaps the Sahak family members didn't place too many defensive measures in the front yard. Therefore, Seito didn't encounter any trouble along the way, other than discovering defensive measures in several hidden corners. He easily sneaked to the side of the European-style villa, then carefully opened a window beside him, and jumped in. This was a long corridor. The floor was covered with a bright red wool carpet, and a crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. The walls on both sides were filled with wooden decorations and small wall lamps. 2 wooden doors were placed several meters apart from each other in the wall. According to the information, the first floor is the main hall, the chore room, the kitchen, and the living quarters of the servants. The second floor is the guest room, and the third floor is the residence of the patriarch and the study room. Seito sized up the surroundings while inwardly thinking. The staircase to the second floor only exists in the main hall, while the staircase to the third floor is at the end of the second floor. In other words, if I want to go up to the third floor, I can only go through the main hall and not the long path. Thinking until here, Seito made a decision in his heart. He turned around and walked towards a wooden door not far away. He shook open the door lock, pushed open the door and walked in. In an instant, a large number of neatly stacked clothes, bed sheets, tablecloths, and other cloth products appeared before Seito's eyes. Obviously, this was a clothes-drying room. But Seito didn't care about this. He directly stepped on the cabinet beside him and jumped up, grabbed the top of the cabinet, and pulled with both hands. Then, he stepped on the horizontal bar of the cabinet and pressed his hand on the white ceiling to activate his alchemy skill. A blue-white electric light flashed, and a metal door half the height and width of a person without any decorative patterns appeared on the ceiling. Then, Seito stretched out his hand and opened the metal door above his head. Then, he rushed up. Obviously, there was another room above this room. At this moment, in the room, a black-haired woman wearing a green off-the-shoulder dress was caressing her chest with one hand and reaching the bottom of her dress with the other. She closed her eyes and indulged herself in doing something that was very loving to her. Seeing this, a black line flashed across Itosei's head. He took out a small stone and shot it at the acupuncture point on the side of the woman's neck. In an instant, the woman who was still indulging in pleasure fainted immediately. Seito went around the woman's bed and went straight to the door. He carefully opened the door and peeked in the direction of the stairs. At the entrance of the stairs, 2 burly men were guarding there with serious expressions. "Wipe it." Seito curled his lip. He closed the door and returned to the room. He found a spot near the ceiling and did the same thing again. But this time, he was unlucky. It wasn't an empty room above, but a solid wall. Seito had no choice but to continue using his alchemy skill to create a foothold in the wall above. Then, he jumped to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, Seito released his psychic power and began to investigate his surroundings. In an instant, Itosei discovered that there was a secret chamber 2 meters to his left. The passage of the secret chamber was connected to the study of the head of the family. His target, Lunginusahawk, was sitting in the study, writing something with a crazed look on his face. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.